Do people think being cheated on is the most painful thing? No, the most heartbreaking thing is when your ex uses your entire family as scapegoats for the criminal underworld. Let's pause here for a moment, everyone. Elena gave up everything to escape her family's control. Rabbit life isn't always a dream. The guy who kept shouting, "I'll save you," turned out to be a spy leaking information to the enemy. Even more heartbreaking, the only person who gave her a bulletproof vest, willing to risk his life to protect her, was Lucian, the man she always considered her biggest nightmare. A fateful U-turn left both sides stunned.
And so the story begins. Case file, Elena Varelli. She moves through her own engagement party like a phantom, trying to dissolve into the very air of the room, a whisper in a couture gown. This is the price you pay when your family legacy is less a tree and more of a noose. Tonight, this party is meant to be the final turn of the screw, the moment they cauterize her future, branding her as property. But the real horror, you see, isn't about escaping a villain. It's realizing the prison was always inside her, and they just convinced her it was home. The warden's name? Lucian. Her fixation on the family's crowned prince is a textbook tragedy, a soul clinging to the very man who is both the cause of her pain and her only perceived salvation. The elevator waits. It can take her back down to her gilded hell, or it can be the first step to anywhere else, anywhere but here. A tremor starts in her fingers. It's a tiny, silent mutiny, one she quickly quells with a death grip on her champagne flute. This entire ballroom is an ocean, and the men in $1,000 suits are the sharks that have circled her entire life. It's the only water she knows how to breathe, the perfect environment for her specific, beautiful madness to take root. That smile she wears, a complete fabrication. Behind it, a primal scream is tearing her apart. And then, a voice cuts through the noise. Adrian Cole. He leans close, handsome in a way that is utterly useless to her. "You look like you were made for this," he murmurs, and the words are like acid. He comes from a world where monsters don't exist, which makes him a tourist in her personal hell. 6 months ago, she'd entertained the fantasy that he could be her key. Yeah, a foolish and entirely predictable miscalculation. She builds a wall with 3 simple words: "I've been busy." But Adrian, with the gentle persistence of a man who has never known true fear, presses on, completely oblivious to the invisible bars of her cage. "We have to discuss us, Elena." Her reply is a shiv. Fast. Brutal. "There is no us, Adrian." In her eyes, he only sees a flicker of fear, the kind a normal girl might have. He's painting his own safe, predictable world over the canvas of her nightmare. "You made it clear you were scared." "Friend, you don't have the first clue what she is truly afraid of." He reaches for her, and she recoils as if struck. It's a gut reaction, a defense mechanism honed by years of living on the edge of a blade. He starts talking about a gilded cage, and the diagnosis is so laughably wrong it's almost offensive, with him as the self-appointed rescuer. She can feel the frustration literally closing her throat. "You fool! The cage was never the problem. It's the one who holds the key." Her gaze travels, pulled by a current she cannot fight, across the crowded room, locking onto him. Lucian. There he is, surrounded by his men, the epicenter of all her fear and the one place on earth she feels safe. A gorgeous, perfect catastrophe that is going to be the death of her. Lucian Varelli, her cousin, the one who will inherit it all. For 5 long years, he has been the puppet master of her every thought. There's a quiet violence in the way he moves, the certainty of a man who claims every space he enters just by breathing its air. And her love for him, a one-sided obsession for 5 excruciating years, is a slow, methodical study in how to lose one's sanity. For him, she's merely an obligation, another task on a long list. Every indifferent glance he throws her way is just another turn of the knife, somehow pulling that sick, twisted knot between them even tighter. Adrian's voice fades to an irrelevant hum. She turns back to him, her own voice now glacial. We are finished. She is clearing the board, preparing for the only war that has ever mattered. Is it someone else? The question lands like a surgeon's blade, aimed directly at the core of her wound. Her expression goes utterly blank, a flawless mask snapping into place, and her denial is a lie she has perfected through 1,000 rehearsals. It's pure animal instinct, a desperate lunge to protect the warped, sacred thing she feels for Lucian. But her rejection seems to sharpen Adrian's focus. That polished, handsome veneer begins to fracture, revealing something harder, something colder beneath. You're lying, he says, his voice dropping low, backing her into a corner. I can always tell when you're hiding something. And then, a hand settles on the small of her back. She doesn't need to see. Every nerve ending in her body recognizes his touch. It isn't a comfort, it is a brand of absolute ownership. Lucian's voice cuts cleanly through the tension, a quiet challenge to Adrian that is entirely about dominion. It's a king quietly reminding a commoner to step away from his property. Adrian visibly shrinks, instantly recognizing the apex predator in the room. And in his eyes, you can see it. The connection is made. He looks from Lucian's possessive hand to Elena's stark, frozen expression. His jaw clenches. The horrifying truth is finally beginning to dawn on him. Adrian plays his last card, the one he believes is the checkmate. The arranged marriage, a strategic play by a tyrant, using his own daughter as a pawn. There's no engagement, Elena says, the words erupting from her in a raw, ragged cry of rebellion. Both men's heads snap toward her. An outburst like that? It's a catastrophic breach of family protocol. Lucian's hand tightens on her back, a silent, crushing command to stand down. Your father told me, Adrian begins, but Lucian's voice slices him off. One word laced with finality, a warning. Elena, don't! She turns on him. A full-blown system failure after a lifetime of quiet compliance. He's so close she can smell his cologne, feel the heat radiating from his body, a sensation that has always been equal parts heaven and hell. Don't what? She challenges, her voice trembling with a terrifying, unfamiliar strength. Don't contradict my father. Don't have a single thought of my own about how my life is going to be spent. His eyes are chips of ice. His replies the constitution of their entire world. Every decision in this family is mine. The words land like a physical blow, and somewhere deep inside her, something finally breaks for good. That fracture rips right through her. A psychic fissure tearing through years of practiced perfect obedience. She slams her empty champagne flute onto a passing server's tray, and the sound cracks through the hushed ballroom like a gunshot. Every single head turns their way. It's a spectacular, messy scene, a public middle finger to their hallowed code of unity. Lucian leans in, his voice a silken threat. You walk away from me now, and I give you my word, you will regret it. She meets his gaze, all the shattered pieces of her heart on full display. I already regret everything. And then she runs, She gets maybe 2 steps. Adrian's hand clamps down on her arm, his grip like iron, and the irony is staggering. He's become the very thing she is fleeing. He's still trying to be the hero, still fundamentally misreading the entire catastrophic play. Let go. The command is forged from steel, but he doesn't hear it. His grip tightens, his own frustration twisting his features into something ugly, something she's never witnessed before. He invades her space, his voice a raw whisper as he delivers the final blow. You're in love with him. It's not a question, it's a conviction. The world grinds to a halt. What? She breathes, but the denial is useless. Adrian begins to lay out the evidence like a prosecutor presenting his closing argument. The way she always knows where Lucian is, the way her entire body goes rigid when he nears, the way she allows his touch as if it's his right. Every word hammers another nail into her coffin. He doesn't own me, she cries, the desperate classic defense of an addict. Adrian's final statement is just savage, a mirror held up to the most broken part of her soul. From where I'm standing, Elena, it looks like you'd let him do whatever he wanted. She turns and flees, but the truth is right there, chasing her down the corridor. Adrian corners her, his proximity now menacing, and for the first time, a genuine sliver of fear pierces her resolve. Did you honestly believe you could just leave me, after I spent months carefully taking you apart, learning every weakness, becoming exactly the man you needed? I never wanted that. You didn't need to ask. I saw the pain you were in, saw you trapped in this cage with wolves at your throat. I was going to save you. I don't need to be saved. You do. You just refuse to see it. Then his expression shifts entirely. Something cold and strategic flickers in his eyes. And if you won't accept my help, well, then I suppose I'll have to find another way. The threat hangs between them, sharp and clear. Elena's heart hammers against her ribs. Adrian, you're making a catastrophic mistake. Lucian Varelli is incapable of loving you. He can't love anyone, she continues, her voice low and urgent. He will use you. He will break you into a million pieces, and when he's through, he will discard you like you are nothing. That's not your concern. It is my concern because I care about you. You don't care about me, she shoots back, her tone turning to ice. You care about the fantasy of me, the tragic lost girl you could rescue from the Dragon's Keep. But I am not a princess, Adrian, and this world is not a fairy tale. A muscle jumps in his jaw. You're going to regret this? Perhaps, she says, but at least that regret will be mine and mine alone. She turns and walks, the frantic rhythm of her own heart pounding in her ears. She can feel his gaze on her back, the energy shifting from desperation to something truly sinister. She doesn't look back. She had to get out. Not tomorrow, right now. Reaching the elevator, she pounds the button relentlessly. The doors part, a tiny mercy in a night of curses, and she nearly collapses inside. And that's when the shaking begins, a violent, full-body tremor that seems to start in her marrow. The plan had been so simple. Get to the suite, grab the emergency bag, disappear. There was cash hidden away, a car parked 3 blocks from here, and a man paid to drive her across state lines before the family even realized she was gone. She'd been preparing this for weeks. Tonight was the night. While the sharks were all drunk and distracted, she would simply slip away. Just get to the garage. Just get to the car. and the elevator doors begin to slide shut. But then a hand appears, stopping the doors cold. They slide back open, and Elena's heart just stops in her chest. It was him, Lucian. His expression was a sheet of glass, utterly impossible to see through. "Going somewhere?" he asked. Her mind raced, grasping for anything. "My room. I have a headache." The lie was so thin it was transparent. He stepped into the elevator, and as the doors closed, he sealed them inside the tiny, suffocating space. The air itself seemed to thicken, growing heavy, unbreathable. Elena flattened herself against the cold metal, trying to melt into a wall that wouldn't give. Lucian's arm grazed hers as he reached past, slamming the emergency stop button. With a violent shudder, the car died, suspended in the shaft. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "I'm stopping you from making the biggest mistake of your life." "You don't get to decide that for me." "I do," he said, his voice low, "when this family is at stake." "I'm not your family," she shot back. "Not in any way that counts. I'm just the orphan your uncle took in when my parents were killed. A charity case with a name you could use." For just a heartbeat, something fractured in his eyes. Maybe it was the glint of pure fury, or maybe it was the jagged edge of pain. "You really believe that?" "It's the only life I've ever known." "Then you are more lost than I ever thought." The words hit their mark, but she would die before letting him see her bleed. "Let me go, Lucian." "No, that wasn't a request." "Neither is this." He closed the space between them, his presence pinning her against the wall. "You want to leave? Fine. But you will look me in the eye and tell me exactly why." "I don't owe you anything. You owe this family the very air in your lungs." "I owe this family nothing!" she finally screamed, her voice shattering on the word. "I never asked for any of this. I never wanted to be a part of your world, and I am done pretending that I do." "So you walk away tonight during a party thrown in your honor?" "It's not for me. It's a business deal. I'm the asset being traded to Marco Romano, and everyone is smiling like it's some beautiful fairy tale." "You are not being sold." "Aren't I? What else do you call it when my own father barters my hand in marriage to a man I've barely even spoken to?" Lucian's jaw was clenched so tight it looked like it might crack. "It is a strategic alliance. It's my life. And your life belongs to this family." "And that," she said, her voice finally breaking completely, "is the sickness at the heart of it all. I don't have a life. I have a role to play, and I quit." For a long, silent moment, they just stared at each other. Elena could see the tension coiled in his shoulders, see how his knuckles were white where his fists were clenched. He was furious, good. His fire was 1,000 times better than the cold indifference he usually showed her. "Where did you plan on going?" he finally bit out. "Anywhere, everywhere. It makes no difference." "It makes a difference to me." "Why?" "So you can haul me back here, lock me in my room until the wedding. So I can know that you're safe." A sound tore from her throat, half sob, half laugh. "Safe from what? The only one I have ever needed to be protected from is you." And with those words, his legendary control finally cracked. "Me?" "Yes, you." The truth poured out of her now, a flood breaking through a dam that had held for years. "Do you have any idea what it's like to be around you day after day and have you treat me like some fragile thing you have to keep on a shelf? a project to manage and protect and always, always keep at a distance. Elena. I am not a little girl, Lucian. I haven't been one for a very long time, but all you see is that terrified 18-year-old who showed up on your doorstep. You keep me out of the business. You keep me out of everything that matters. And now you think you can stand here and physically stop me from leaving? I have every right, he growled, the sound a low vibration in the small space. My purpose is to protect you. I am not yours. I don't belong to anyone. You're wrong. He moved with a predator's grace she couldn't track, erasing the distance between them in 2 silent steps. His hands came up not to harm but to frame her face, forcing her gaze to lock with his. For one wild second, she thought he was going to kiss her, but he didn't. He just held her there, thumbs brushing her cheekbones, his dark eyes boring into hers with an intensity that burned. You want to know why I keep my distance? His voice was raw, stripped of all its usual discipline. Because if I ever let myself get close to you, I would ruin you. I would take everything good and pure inside of you and warp it into something as broken as I am. And I have been trying. God, Elena, I have been trying so hard not to. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs, a wild beat that drowned out all thought. What are you trying to say? I'm saying you're right. You're not a child. You haven't been for years. And I've known, I have seen it every single day, and it has been nothing short of torture. Lucian, do you understand what that's like? To watch you grow into this powerful, incredible woman, knowing I can never touch you, that I can never have you, that I have to stand by while fools like Cole try to... He choked on the name, a muscle jumping in his jaw. You think I don't see it? You think I don't know? Her breath hitched. Know what? That you love me. The world tilted on its axis. Elena tried to pull back, but his hands were like steel. Don't lie. Not about this. His grip softened, but his eyes never left hers. I've known for a year, maybe more, and I've acted like a fool because acknowledging it meant I'd have to acknowledge my own feelings. And I can't. His voice broke on the word. I cannot let myself feel that for you. Why not? Because I am poison, Elena. Everything I touch, I destroy. Because you deserve so much more than a man with more blood on his hands than he can wash away. A man who would set this entire city on fire just to keep you from harm. The tears finally began to sting her eyes. You don't get to decide what I deserve. Someone has to, because you won't. So what is the plan? The words felt like swallowing shards of glass. You just push me away forever? You watch me marry another man? We just pretend none of this is real? His face was a mask of agony. Yes, that's not fair. Life isn't fair, princess. Welcome to the real world. That nickname, it landed like a punch. He'd used it once years ago after she'd complained about something trivial. She hated it then, and she hated it now. Let me go, she whispered. Lucian, please. The elevator suddenly shuddered, slammed by something from the outside. A deep boom echoed up the shaft. The lights flickered, died, then flashed back to life. In an instant, they both froze. What was that? Elena whispered. In a heartbeat, Lucian changed. The tormented man vanished, replaced by the cold-blooded killer she knew he was. A gun was in his hand, appearing from his jacket as if from thin air. She hadn't even seen him reach for it. He moved, positioning his body as a shield between her and the doors. "Get behind me," he ordered. "What is happening?" "I don't know, but it isn't good." A second blast, this one much closer, shook the elevator so hard she stumbled. With his free hand, Lucian pulled out his phone, already dialing. "Marco, report." A short pause. "Understood. Get them to the panic room. Now." He ended the call, his eyes finding hers in the strange, flickering light. "We have to move." "Move where? We're trapped in a box." He holstered his weapon and reached for the ceiling, his fingers finding a hold on the emergency panel. With a grunt of raw power, he pulled himself up through the opening and into the pitch-black darkness of the shaft above. He looked down at her from the shadows, his hand extended. "Come on." A question so obvious it felt ridiculous escaped her lips. "You want me to climb into the elevator shaft?" His reply was all business, devoid of any emotion. "Unless you'd rather wait here and meet whoever is setting off bombs. Yes." She took his hand. The sheer strength he used to haul her up was a frightening reminder of his power. They were on top of the car now, a black, bottomless abyss dropping away beneath them. The fact she was in high heels suddenly felt like a fatal miscalculation. "Don't look down," Lucian commanded. "Wasn't planning on it." He located the service ladder on the wall, gave it a firm tug to test its stability. "It'll hold. Climb. Stay right behind me, and don't stop until you reach the top." The ascent began. Her muscles burned, and she felt the silk of her dress tear against the rough metal. And then they heard it. Shouting from far below, followed by the unmistakable crackle of automatic gunfire. This wasn't some warning shot. This was a full-scale assault on the estate, happening in the middle of a party filled with every important person in the city. Whoever was doing this was either the bravest soul alive or the most foolish. At the top of the shaft, Lucian forced open a service hatch, pulling them into a dusty, forgotten hallway. He drew his gun again, already moving down the corridor. "Where are we going?" she asked, fighting to catch her breath. "Control room. We need eyes." He led her through a labyrinth of service passages she never knew existed. He navigated the hidden arteries of the mansion with the chilling confidence of a man who had memorized the blueprints. They emerged into a small, sterile room packed with security monitors, where 3 armed men stood, their faces grim, the pulsing blue glow. The moment Lucian entered, they stiffened. "Report," he said, his voice completely flat. "East Wing is compromised," one of the men replied. "We're estimating 20 hostiles, maybe more, breached through the service entrance. They're using professional equipment, military grade. No confirmed casualties yet. We've locked down most of the guests, but we have reports of others who are pinned down." "Who are they?" "We don't know. No visible faces, no insignia, they're ghosts." The glow of the monitors played across Lucian's features, a flickering ballet of chaos that couldn't stir the stillness in his eyes. He absorbed it all, dissecting the assault with the cold distance of a god watching a war among insects. This was his nature, analytical, absolute, a suffocating need for control. But then something fractured. His gaze snagged on a single screen, a hairline crack in his composure. "Camera 12. Enlarge it." The technician's hands were a blur. The image resolved into the ballroom, now a graveyard of shattered crystal and blood-spattered silk. And there, standing in the ruin, Adrian, Elena whispered, the name a haunting echo in the room. Her former love, now a commander of these uniformed phantoms. On the screen, he gestured, and from the smoke, 2 more soldiers emerged, dragging a man between their unforgiving grips. A deep, visceral cold seized Elena. "That's my father!" A single violent twitch in Lucian's jaw was the only outward sign of the tectonic plates of his world grinding to dust. "Get Marco on the line. Let him know there's a traitor in our midst. At once!" On the screen, Adrian was speaking to the hostage, but the audio was dead. The old man's silent, screaming terror was a broadcast that filled every corner of the room. "He was feeding them information," Lucian said, his voice sinking to a dangerous, hollow whisper. "It explains the timing, the precision of the strike, why they came this way." "This is madness," Elena countered, her mind refusing to connect the dots. "Adrian has nothing to do with any of this." Lucian finally tore his gaze from the screen, and his eyes, when they met hers, were twin voids of chilling certainty. "He has been a shadow at your side for months, Elena, playing a role, and tonight you let him go." The realization didn't just hit her, it unmade her, rewriting the code of her reality in one devastating instant. "This is because of me. No, this is what he is. But I was the one who—" "Don't!" Lucian turned, his entire frame a vessel of barely leashed destruction. "You will not wear his sins as your own. This was set in motion long before you walked away from him this evening." As if on cue, a second blast ripped through the air, much closer this time, like the fist of a titan against the front gates. The lights gave out, swallowing them in absolute blackness before the emergency power kicked in, bathing everything in the cold red light of an open wound. "We need to go," a guard shouted. "They're pushing for the control room." Lucian gave a sharp, single nod. "Elena, you go to the safe room with—" "No." The word was soft, yet it had the force to stop him cold. "This isn't a negotiation." "You're right. I'm not hiding in a box while my family is being executed. If they capture you, they have my father. If Adrian is with them, he knows precisely what I'm worth." She met his gaze without flinching, a raw, desperate challenge. "I can be useful. You don't have the training. I'm not a fool. And I understand the crooked architecture of Adrian's mind better than anyone. I can see his next move before he makes it." For a long, silent moment, Lucian just looked at her, the cold calculus of risk and asset warring behind his eyes. A curse escaped his lips, low and guttural. "You do not leave my side, not for an inch. If I say run, you vanish. Understand?" "I understand." He pulled a heavy caliber pistol from a weapons cache, pressing it into her hands. "Do you know what to do with that?" "You can't even imagine." For a fraction of a heartbeat, something that might have been respect flashed in his hardened expression. "Let's go." They moved as one entity, a 4-headed creature of vengeance, slipping through the service corridors. Elena felt a frantic, wild rhythm pounding against her ribs, but her hands on the pistol were perfectly still. Buried deep inside her was a foundation of training, a psychological fortress built for a day she had prayed would never dawn. They reached a concrete junction, and Lucian's hand shot up. Stop! The sound of a boot scuffing concrete echoed from just ahead, the faint metallic snick of a rifle's safety being disengaged. With silent gestures, he became a conductor of death. 2 men peeled away, melting into the flanking shadows, leaving Lucian and another guard to form a protective bracket around Elena. The strike was immediate, economical. A brutal 3-beat measure of violence. 3 clean shots rang out, 2 figures crumpled to the ground, and the silence that rushed back in was infinitely heavier than the noise it replaced. "Clear!" a voice hissed from the darkness. They pressed on. The corridors, once so intimately known to Elena, were now a twisted geography from a nightmare. They stepped over the fallen. Some were men she'd known her whole life. Others were strangers. Each body was another stone on her soul. This was the world she had spent years pretending wasn't hers. They finally reached the safe room, its reinforced steel door hidden behind a false wall of antique literature. Lucian's fingers danced across a keypad. The wall slid aside, revealing not a sanctuary, but a cage filled with strained, quiet panic, a space meant for 20 souls now holding twice that number. In the center of it all was Marco Varelli, her father's most loyal soldier and Lucian's second. The severe, weathered lines of his face actually eased when he saw them enter. Thank God, we're completely isolated. They're blocking all signals. This is a professional operation. Marco's eyes landed on Elena. She shouldn't be here. She's a risk we can't afford. Her presence was not a request, Lucian stated, his voice devoid of all emotion. Marco's response was a sigh of bitter acceptance. Of course, Avarelli. He motioned to his own bank of screens. We've contained them in the East Wing for now, but they're dug in, and they have Dominic. The confirmation that her father was a captive felt like a physical blow, but Elena's expression remained a flawless porcelain mask. How many are we facing? 30, maybe more. They're playing games, spreading out to seem like a larger force. Clever, Lucian grunted. Who's their commander on the ground? Your boyfriend. Elena recoiled as if he'd struck her. Lucian's expression hardened into granite. He is not my boyfriend, and I'm aware. We saw Adrian Cole on the feeds. Marco just shook his head, a lifetime of distrust in the gesture. Never liked that boy. Always too polished, too ambitious. He doesn't have the mind for this, Lucian observed. This is too clean, too well executed. Who gains the most if our family falls tonight? It's a long list. The Romanos, the Castilianos, the syndicates from New York. It could be someone in our own house. We're never more vulnerable than when we celebrate. No. Elena stepped forward, the disparate, terrible pieces snapping together in her mind with a sudden, horrifying clarity. This isn't about vulnerability. It's about the performance. Both men turned their heads toward her, their focus absolute. Think, she urged. Every important family is under this roof. If something happens, if my father dies, if Lucian dies, it happens before a live audience. No hiding it. No rewriting the story tomorrow. Whoever is behind this, they want it to be public. Lucian's eyes narrowed into blades of ice. A power play. Or a coup, Marco added, his tone grim. You sever the head of the organization in front of the whole world, create a void of power, and then you step right into it. So who steps in? Alona asked. Who has the most to gain? The answer landed on all 3 of them in the same silent, crushing moment. One single terrible name. Romano, Lucian said, the name a venomous sound on his tongue. Marco spat on the concrete floor. The engagement announcement, it was scheduled for tonight, if Dominic is removed before that becomes official. Marco Romano becomes the heir by succession. Elena finished, the words tasting like poison in her mouth. As my fiancé, his claim to the family fortune would appear entirely legitimate. That snake. Lucian's voice was pure corrosion now. This whole engagement, it wasn't an alliance. It was the first move in a hostile takeover. And Adrian? Elena's voice was barely a whisper. A tool, a broken, forgotten toy they could wind up and discard when its purpose was served. Lucian turned to Marco, a cold fire in his gaze. Where is Romano now? He is in this room. He has been in here the entire time. The command was absolute zero. Get him! Marco hesitated for a split second, the sheer audacity of the charge warring with the life built on obedience. Then he moved. He carved a path through the sea of terrified guests, returning with a man in his 60s, Marco Romano Sr. The man wore a face of warm, grandfatherly concern, a mask sculpted from pure treachery. He approached them, feigning the perfect degree of alarm. Lucian, my dear boy. Thank heaven! What an absolute tragedy! Who on earth would dare? The performance was cut short. Stop! Lucian's pistol rose, leveled squarely at Romano's heart. It was you! The low murmur of the room ceased to exist. Every sound died. Romano's mask of the concerned patriarch dissolved, revealing the cold, hard predator beneath. That is a profoundly serious accusation. It is a statement of fact. You orchestrated this entire goddamn nightmare to shatter this family and claim the throne. The engagement, it was just a beautiful, meticulously crafted lie. Romano's voice was like chips of ice. You have no proof of this. I have what matters. Lucian gestured to the monitors, their pale light illuminating the hard lines of his face. Your soldiers are getting careless. Their attack formation is a perfect mirror of the one you deployed in the Castano operation. Same entry vectors, same rotation patterns. The men are new, but the signature, Romano, it's all yours. A muscle spasmed in Romano's jaw. Even if that were true, what will you do? Execute me here with this audience? Killing me now only proves their point, that you are unstable, that this family requires a new leader. He has a point. Elena's voice was a clean break in the suffocating quiet. At the same moment, two alpha predators snapped their heads toward her. Killing him solves nothing. I just want my father back. We need this to be over with no more death. Romano's betrayal needs to see the light of day, and Lucian can't come out of this looking like a monster. I am a monster, Lucian said, a simple statement of fact. I know, she conceded, but you're our monster, and that makes all the difference. Her gaze found Romano again. You wanted a deal? Okay, let's bake one. Romano's entire posture shifted, the trapped wolf giving way to the ice-veined tactician. What did you have in mind? An exchange, she said. My life for my father's. No. Lucian's denial was immediate, a visceral, unthinking response. She paid him no mind. Adrian's fixation on me is the only reason he's even here, the only thing that would make him work with you. This wasn't just some random attack. A few hours ago, I ended things with him. This is nothing but a desperate move, from a boy who can't take no for an answer. So let him have what he thinks he wants. Me. Lucian tried to argue, Elena, but she silenced him with a look. The terms: you pull out every man, no retaliation, you just disappear. The official story becomes an outside force hitting us, and everyone goes their separate ways. Romano just studied her, a cold, dissecting curiosity dawning in his eyes. And you need to tell me why I would ever consider that. Because if you refuse, Lucian executes you right where you stand, and damn the consequences. He can't. There are too many witnesses. Are you willing to bet your life on that? The question hung in the air, heavy as a shroud. I think you've gravely misjudged just how far he is willing to go for this family. And for me. Romano's eyes cut back to Lucian, and you could see it happen. The calculation, a tremor of fear. He looked at Lucian's face and saw only the certainty of a fresh grave, and in that instant his choice was made. 1 hour, Romano bit out. I'll arrange the swap. You alter the conditions even slightly, and the deal is dead. Elena met his gaze. You have my word, the word of a Varelli. A dry, hollow sound that might have been a laugh escaped Romano's throat. That and $5 will buy me a cup of coffee. He pulled his phone and began to dial. Elena couldn't decipher the words. She could only watch the tight clench, the muscles in his jaw. The call ended. He gave a curt nod. They've agreed. Main ballroom. 30 minutes. Lucian moved forward, trying to close the space between them. I'm going with her. Negative. She comes in alone, or the deal evaporates. Not an option. Then I suppose we have a problem, Romano said, sliding his phone away. The choice is yours, Varelli, your pride, or her father. The very air in the room felt stretched to its breaking point by the sheer force of Lucian's silent, furious war with himself. You could see the whole conflict playing out across his features. At last, his gaze found and held hers. Do you trust me? He asked, his voice a low vibration meant only for her. What a thing to ask. With my life, she answered. Then trust me now. With a slight dip of his head, he signaled Marco. Bring the vest. Marco vanished, returning moments later with a slim, concealable plate carrier. Elena pulled off her jacket, indifferent to the eyes on her as they fitted the armor to her torso. The pressure was immediate, a dense weight against her ribs. It won't stop a rifle round, Lucian said quietly, but it might give you a chance. And listen to me, you are not walking in there by yourself. What are you going to do? Something monumentally stupid. He framed her face with his hands, a gesture that was pure possession disguised as tenderness. I need you to believe, with everything you have, that I will not let him harm you. Can you do that for me? Elena looked into those gray eyes and saw he meant it. This wasn't a storybook romance. This was different. Something feral and territorial, and all of it was aimed directly at her. Yes, she breathed. He leaned forward, their foreheads touching. Go to the ballroom, and you stall, argue the terms, invent new conditions, do anything you can to buy me time. When you get the signal. What signal? You will know. The second it comes, you get down. Don't process it, don't wait. Just hit the floor and cover your head. Lucian, promise me. I promise. He pulled back, and that fragile bubble of intimacy they'd created popped. The vulnerable man was gone, and in his place stood the stone-cold commander who was already turning away. Marco, get the teams into position. I want rifles covering every possible angle, and I need them to be invisible. Romano's people are skilled, but no one is flawless. They're going to have a blind spot. Marco's smile was all predator. What am I supposed to miss? Everything. 20 minutes on, Elena was standing before the ballroom doors. Her hands were steady, her breathing controlled. The vest was a solid, pressing weight, a constant physical reminder of the violence she was about to enter. The doors swung inward. The room beyond was a portrait of devastation. Shattered tables, a floor glittering with broken glass, and the ornate walls scarred by gunfire. And there, in the center of the wreckage, was Adrian, with the muzzle of a gun pressed to her father's temple. Dominic Varelli looked broken, as if he'd aged a decade. A thin line of blood trickled from a gash over his eye. His hands were bound, but his eyes, fixed on Elena, burned with a helpless, consuming rage. "Elena, don't you dare come in this room!" he shouted. "Be quiet!" Adrian snapped, his gaze locked on her. "I had a feeling you'd come." Elena moved forward, the crunch of her heels on the glass echoing in the ruined space. "Let him go, Adrian." "Not quite yet. First, you and I are going to talk. There's nothing left for us to discuss." "Oh, I disagree. We have everything to discuss." He gestured with the weapon, making her father flinch. "Did you honestly believe you could just discard me after all of this?" "I already did." Because of him. Adrian's face contorted into a mask of pure loathing. "Lucian Varelli, the flawless, untouchable prince, do you really think he cares about you? That he would ever choose you over his precious family?" "This has nothing to do with Lucian." "It has everything to do with Lucian." Adrian's voice fractured, rising to a wild, unhinged scream. "I was trying to free you from this life. I offered you a way out. But you chose to remain here in this gilded prison, chasing a man who sees you as his property." "He does not." "He does! They all do. You're just another piece on their board, another asset to be deployed. But I saw you, the person you really are, someone who deserved to be free." Elena took another deliberate, measured step. "If you ever truly saw me, you would know that I don't need to be saved." "You won't." "Then what is it that you need?" "The right to my own choices," she said, her voice like stone. "The right to be wrong, the right to burn my own life to the ground if I decide to." Adrian just stared, a long, hollow silence stretching between them. Then he lowered the pistol from her father's head and aimed it directly at her heart. Wrong answer? And then it was over in a heartbeat. A single high-pitched whistle cut through the air. Elena dropped. It was instinct. Her body was on the floor before her mind could even process the sound. Gunfire erupted from 3 concealed positions. Adrian's men simply crumpled. Her father was violently pulled behind an overturned table. Elena stayed down, her cheek pressed to the cold, glass-strewn marble, as rounds sang through the space above her. Then hands were on her, harsh, desperate, yanking her backward. She twisted, looking up into Adrian's face, a canvas of pure, animalistic fury. He had reached her first. "You lying bitch!" he snarled, dragging her toward a side exit. It was a setup. She drove her elbow back into his stomach. He grunted, but his hold was iron, and the cold circle of his gun barrel was now pressed hard against her temple. "Let her go, Adrian." Lucian's voice, colder than a tombstone. Adrian spun around, pulling Elena in front of him as a human shield. Not a chance. She's coming with me. She was never yours. And she's yours? Is that what this is? The great Lucian Varelli, finally admitting he wants something just for himself? I'm admitting that I am going to kill you if your hands are still on her in 3 seconds. Brave words from a man who's outmatched. Look around you, Adrian. Your men are dead. Romano's people have vanished. You are utterly, completely alone. Elena could feel his heart hammering against her back, a frantic, trapped thing. She could feel the tremor in the hand holding the gun. Panic. It was radiating from him in waves, and it made him infinitely more dangerous. You know what? Adrian's voice went suddenly quiet, utterly devoid of life. If I can't have her, then neither can anyone else. His finger began to squeeze the trigger. There was no time to process. Elena moved, a violent, twisting motion she had practiced 1,000 times in secret. For a fraction of a second, Adrian's grip faltered. The gun went off. A searing, white-hot pain exploded through her shoulder. Her vision blurred, the world dissolving into a gray smear. The ringing in her ears was deafening, but through it she heard more shots. She heard Adrian scream, a sound that was abruptly silenced. She heard Lucian shouting her name, then she felt hands on her, gentle this time, framing her face. Elena. Elena, look at me. She fought to open her eyes. Lucian's face was there, just inches from hers. He was pale, a raw, profound terror in his eyes she had never witnessed before. Vest, she managed to say, the word a painful gasp. The vest. It was high, your shoulder. Can you move? She tried. A tremor rips through Elena's body. A vicious, electric jolt from the impact, but some deep, stubborn part of her is still clawing to stay awake. Yes. Good. That's good. Stay with me, okay? Just stay with me. She can feel it, this frantic need to hold on, a war being fought inside her own skull. But the darkness is whispering to her, a sweet, empty oblivion promising to end the pain, and it's a song she's starting to know. The very last thing she sees is his face, Lucian's. The last thing she hears is his voice, completely shredded by a pain that mirrors her own, chanting her name like it's the only prayer he has left. When she finally surfaces, it's to a sterile white world and the sharp, burning scent of antiseptic. Even the thought of moving sends a spike of white-hot agony through her shoulder, stealing her breath. Don't move! She turns her head, achingly slow, and he's there. Lucian looks as though he's survived his own personal war, the evidence of an all-night vigil etched into every line on his face. He's a complete mess. His clothes are creased, hair in chaos, and the shadows under his eyes are so dark they look like bruises. How long? She rasps, her throat raw like sandpaper. 18 hours. The bullet missed anything vital, but you lost a lot of blood. His gaze locks onto hers as if he's trying to hold her in the conscious world by sheer force of will. You scared the life out of me. Her father, her first thought is of her anchor. Shaken, but he's fine. He's already been my 3 times. Marco, too. Adrian? A shudder comes down over Lucian's face, turning it to stone. Dead. He tried for a second shot while you were on the ground. I didn't let him take it. The information just settles. There's no guilt, no sorrow, only a vast, quiet tide of relief that the monster is gone for good. And Romano? He's being handled. Seems a few other families weren't thrilled with his recent grab for power. He won't be a problem again. The family is whole, battered, but whole, will rebuild. You can almost see the crushing weight of their entire world settling on his shoulders. You're blaming yourself. Damn right I am. I let you go in there. I should have. Her voice cut straight through his guilt, sharp and clean as a surgeon's blade. You should have what? Locked me in a tower, treated me like a child. Her good arm lashes out, her fingers wrapping around his wrist, a small, fierce anchor in the storm. You trusted me to make my own decision. That is the only thing I have ever asked of you. He grips her hand like a drowning man finds a raft. Your decision almost got you killed. My decision saved Dad. It saved the family, and it proved what I've been trying to show you for years. And what is that? That I am so much stronger than you give me credit for. He just stares at their joined hands, as if it's the only solid thing in his universe. I know you are. I have always known. That's what scares me. Why? Because people who are strong don't need me. A fragile silence fills the room. The muscle in his jaw dances, and I need to be needed. And there it is, the truth, laid bare and bleeding, and for Elena, it changes everything. Lucian, you were right. I've kept you at arm's length, treated you like you might shatter, because if I let you in... He finally meets her eyes, and the fortress he'd built around his heart crumbles to dust. If I let you in, I would have to face what I've been running from for 5 years. And what is that? That I love you, that I have been in love with you since you turned 18 and called me an arrogant bastard because I questioned what you were wearing, that every single day since has been its own brand of hell, watching you, knowing you were the one thing I was forbidden to touch. The words just hang in the still air, and the tears finally come, tracing paths down Elena's cheeks. You are such an idiot. A short, broken sound that might be a laugh escapes him. I know. All this time, I thought you never even saw me, that I wasn't what you wanted. There has never been a single second that I stopped seeing you or wanting you. I just kept telling myself it was wrong. And now you're lying in a hospital bed because my bullet is in your shoulder, because I failed, because I let my feelings for you get in the way of my judgment. Or, she counters, her voice a quiet thread of steel, I'm in this bed because I made a choice. Brave, maybe reckless, but it was my choice, and I would do it again. That declaration, her claiming her own power, just resonates in the space between them. He can only stare at her. You are impossible. I'm a Varelli. We aren't known for being easy. She throws his own family's dark legacy right back in his face. A ghost of a smile touches his lips, but his eyes are a storm of heat and danger, aimed directly at her. No, you most certainly are not. He closes the space between them slowly, giving her every single opportunity to stop him. She doesn't move an inch. The first touch of his lips is a question, soft and hesitant, before it breaks into something raw and desperate. The confession of 5 years of denial and suffocated longing. Elena kisses him back with everything she is, the throbbing pain in her shoulder and the sterile scent of the room dissolving into nothing. When they finally break apart, both of them are fighting for breath. I love you, she says, making the words solid, real. He presses his forehead to hers in a silent, urgent plea for her to say it again, and she does, over and over. I'm not going anywhere. I'm done running. I'm staying. She isn't just claiming him. She's claiming her whole life, blowing the hinges off the gilded cage she's been trapped inside. I'm learning the business, taking my place, and I will be making my own decisions. And you are going to let me. He looks alarmed, the protest already forming in his eyes. That's not. But she talks right over him, an unstoppable force. Yes, it is. Because if you love me, you will trust me enough to be your partner, not your property, standing beside you. You can see the war playing out on his face, the protector hardwired to shield her from harm against the man who just saw her save their entire world. He releases a long, slow breath of surrender. This is going to be messy. Everything worthwhile is messy, she answers. You could get hurt, so could you. That's the promise we're making. You're not going to back down, are you? She asks, her tone a challenge. Not a chance in hell. He just watches her for what feels like a full minute. And then a smile breaks across his face. Something so rare and brilliant it's almost blinding. Okay. We do this your way, true partners, but I reserve the right to be a possessive, unhinged maniac when it comes to your safety. A negotiation, she grants him a small nod. And I am teaching you everything, he vows. No more secrets, no more closed doors. You want in? Then you are all the way in. The promise feels like the first breath of clean air after being held underwater for too long. For real? For real. Then he adds, you might come to regret this. Our world, it isn't beautiful. I know, she says. I've seen it, I've lived in it, and I'm still standing. He leans in to kiss her again, this one softer, a gentle seal upon her words. Yes, you are. Then the door swings open and they spring apart like guilty teenagers. Her father, Dominic Varelli, stands in the doorway, his expression carved from stone. Dad, Elena begins. Lucienne! The Don's voice is flat, devoid of all life. Leave us! Lucienne gives a single nod, his hand brushing against hers one last time before he vanishes. The click of the latch is deafening. Dominic Varelli crosses to the bed, each footstep a heavy, deliberate sound against the tiled floor. How do you feel? Sore, she says, but I'm alive, thanks to Lucienne. And a lot of other people, he replies, dismissing the credit. Her father sinks into the chair Lucian just vacated. I owe you an apology. The words seem to cause him physical pain. For what? For the engagement? For trying to dictate the entire course of your life without once asking you? For using my own daughter as a piece in my damn game? Under the harsh hospital lights, he looks his age and utterly broken. I thought I was protecting you, keeping you out of the fire. Instead, I pushed you right into the heart of the blaze. You did what you believed was necessary. But that doesn't make it right. His fingertips make the barest contact with hers, a ghostly touch. Your mother. She would have my hide for this. She always told me you had her spirit, her fight. I should have paid attention. The mention of her mother gone for so long is a punch to the gut. Tears sting her eyes. I barely remember her. He says she was a supernova, brilliant, fearless, a woman who refused to let anyone define her. You are the echo of her. A sad smile touches his lips, which, if I'm being honest, is absolutely terrifying. Dad, let me... I've been blind, he interrupts. Blind to the woman you've become. to what you were capable of. And his hand gestures to the empty air where Lucien had been, blind to what was happening right under my own roof. But I see it now. My eyes are finally open. And if this is what you want, if he is who you want, then I will not be the one to stand in your way. And the business, the family will fall in line. They always do. As for the business, every ounce of warmth drains from his face, replaced by cold, hard strategy. I believe it's time we began training the heir properly. No more gilded cage, no more being kept in the shadows. A flicker of pure, unbelievable hope illuminates her face. Are you serious? I am. We begin tomorrow. When you've recovered, you will learn it all. The ledgers, the routes, the operations, the entire damn bloody enterprise. And Lucien? The Don's voice lowers, becoming a dangerous iron-laced whisper. If he lays a hand on you, if he ever breaks your heart, I'll end him. Myself. Her father's words. I mean that, Elena. I don't give a damn if he's practically one of us, or that he's the heir. You are my daughter, and you will always come first. That kind of raw, possessive love is a physical weight, an ache deep inside her chest. I know, Dad, and I love you for it. But she tells him he doesn't have to worry. Not about that. Lucien would walk through fire before he let anyone hurt her. His reply is a cold shadow. Let's hope that's a promise we never have to test. He stands, a kiss on her forehead, a quiet word to rest. And then he's gone. And she's alone again, adrift in the ringing silence of the last 24 hours. The room is a vacuum, punctuated only by the sterile beeps of machines and the low hum of the city below. Her eyes fix on the skyline, trying to trace the new, brutal trajectory her life has just been thrown onto. The plan had been so simple. Just get out. Leave the Varelli crime family and never look back. But fate, as it does, had other ideas. Her path to freedom didn't lead out into the world. It led her straight into the heart of the beast, right to the throne room itself. And there she found her prize, not the liberty she craved, but a partner who was ready to claim the darkness right alongside her. A man who looked at the most savage parts of her soul and didn't see something broken to be fixed. No, he saw something to be revered. He was so completely committed, he would let her become everything she was meant to be, even if it meant she would be consumed by the flames. The door whispers open. It's Lucien, holding 2 cups of the worst coffee a hospital has to offer. So, he begins, your father's blessing? A small, bitter laugh escapes her, more like a death warrant with an attached permission slip. He offers her a cup, but I'll take it. So what's next? Now? He says, his eyes finding hers as he leans back. Now, we rebuild. And so begins the cleanup. The Romano problem has been handled. Now it's time to mend the fractures, to reinforce the alliances. The objective is clear. Project an image of the Varelli family as an impenetrable monolith. Our 2 protagonists, Lucien and Elena, are now bound by the kind of trauma that fuses 2 souls into one. You hear it, don't you? The way he keeps saying, we. That's not just a word. That's the sound of a new unit being forged in the fires of chaos. The old game is over. They're a team now, a stark departure from the solo acts they once played. The thought of running away? It's a distant memory, a ghost of a life that no longer exists. A faint smile touches Elena's lips, the first real crack in her armor, a sign that she's letting her guard down. I'm exactly where I need to be, she whispers, a full surrender to her place in this violent world. Me too, he answers instantly, proving they are standing on the very same ground. Outside, the city remains a place of shadows and threats, but here, in this cold, sterile hospital room, they've carved out their own kingdom, showing all the quiet, undeniable signs of, what is it they call that? Oh yes, love. 3 days pass. Elena is in motion. The wound in her shoulder is a screaming nerve, a pain that cuts straight through the medication. She despises the sling, hates it. It feels like a billboard advertising her own vulnerability. Leaving the hospital early wasn't just about being defiant. No, it was a conscious rejection of the role of victim that the world wanted her to play. Lucian is there, his hand resting on her knee, a silent, constant pressure reminding her that she is not alone. It's his own language, a quiet way of saying, I am here. I protect what is mine. He tells her they should postpone the meeting, a clear attempt to shield her from the pain. Her no is immediate. It's ice. It's not emotion. It's cold calculation. In their world, perception is reality. A delay, she explains, would create a void, and in that void, the narrative spun by their enemies would fester and become truth. He falls silent, and in that silence, she hears his assent. These two understand the brutal arithmetic of their universe. Public image is the only currency that matters. The assault on their engagement party was a grenade that tore through the city's entire criminal web, leaving a trail of bodies across 3 families and a landscape of pure wreckage. Uncovering the Cole Romano conspiracy revealed that the very foundations they all stood on were cracked. So now the Varelli name requires a performance, a grand public display of absolute strength. We are fine. We are unbreakable. Do not test us. And Elena, walking into this meeting, damaged but not defeated, is the star of that show. The car glides to a halt before a nondescript building in some forgotten industrial park. No name on the door, barred windows. This is the kind of anonymous place you choose when kings need to meet without the world watching. Marco, one of their lieutenants, is there with 4 of his men, and the air around him is thick with tension. You can almost taste his fear. They're all here, he says, his voice stretched thin, and no one is happy. Lucian's response is delivered with the chill of a winter morning. Happy men don't listen. Scared men, you see, scared men are malleable. The interior is a stark contrast, a stunningly high-tech conference room hidden within the urban decay. 8 heads of the families are seated around the table, looking like generals on the eve of a war. Elena recognizes most of them. The Castiglianos, the Morettis, the Santos syndicate. But Romano's chair? It sits empty. A stark, screaming silence that marks the new tear in the fabric of their hierarchy. As they enter, Dominic Varelli rises to his feet. The old man looks well, all things considered. The suit is impeccable, the cut on his face already beginning to fade. But there's a new hardness in his posture, the stance of a man finally claiming the full weight of his throne. He introduces his daughter, Elena, and then Lucian. And in that moment, a bomb detonates in the room, but it makes no sound. Every single eye snaps to Elena. She is no longer a person. She is a variable, an asset, a problem. They are calculating the cost of her injuries, the depth of her power, the very meaning of her existence on a cold, bloody ledger. Some look on with something like pity, others with a raw, undisguised greed. It's a sensation she's never felt before. They aren't looking at her as a woman. They are analyzing her as a piece on a board in a game of life and death. Carlo Moretti is the first to speak, shattering protocol. He claims her presence here violates their sacred old-world men-only traditions. "This is family business!" he barks out. Dominic's reply is a clean shot. "She is family." Moretti, scrambling, tries a different tactic, attempting to invalidate her because she's female, because she's wounded. And that's when Lucian's voice cuts through the tension, low, sharp, and absolutely lethal, stopping Moretti cold. "Careful, Carlo. You finish that thought, and you and I are going to have an issue." Moretti's face burns with color, but he slams his mouth shut. The other bosses just watch. A predator testing the strength of a cage. Elena understands this theater perfectly. She walks to a chair and sits, the simple act a defiant gesture to every man in the room, a declaration that she belongs here, pain or no pain. Lucian takes his place behind her, a silent, unmovable sentinel. Then Dominic begins the meeting, his voice grave, as he speaks of a new line that has been crossed. Santos, younger and far more perceptive than the others, cuts in. "Nearly," he says, letting the word hang in the air like smoke. "Nearly succeeding is still failing." His eyes then shift to Elena, and for the first time, she sees something from a rival she never expected. Genuine professional respect. Thanks to the actions of a very brave young woman. The praise seems to catch her off guard for just a heartbeat. Castellano pushes back, his tone dripping with doubt. Was it bravery? He wonders aloud, or was it simply recklessness? "I wasn't unarmed," Elena says. Her voice is quiet, but it lands with the force of a physical blow. The room goes still. Every man is now focused on her. "I had a vest. I had contingency plans. I knew precisely what I was walking into when I offered myself up as bait." She holds Castellano's gaze. Adrian Cole, she tells them, was in the middle of a complete psychological collapse. He was nothing but a storm of raw emotion, completely detached from Romano's cold-blooded strategy. And that made him predictable, an open book. And as she knew all too well, open books are so much easier to burn than men who keep their demons locked away. "You played him," Santos says. "It isn't a question, it is an acknowledgement." "I used every part of him," she corrects, and the words are a cocktail of victory and venom. His bottomless ego, his twisted obsession, his pathetic fantasy that he was somehow my savior. The confession hangs there in the quiet, a monument to her own calculated cruelty. Moretti scoffs, disgusted that a woman would use pure emotion as a weapon. Elena's voice cuts him down. "Remind me, who was being emotional? Me, who walked into a trap with the strategy? Or Adrian, who set fire to a perfect ambush because someone hurt his feelings?" A dry laugh echoes from Santos's corner of the table. Dominic, sensing he's losing control of the room, pulls them back to the matter at hand. He lays out the grim reality. Romano's ambitious play for the throne has been reduced to ash, but the cost, the bodies, the chaos, the shattered trust, that is a debt they will all be forced to pay. Castellano seizes on the word trust. It's the ghost in the room. Romano's lie, a masterful performance he maintained for 2 decades, has poisoned the very air they breathe. Lucian delivers the final chilling verdict. Romano possessed the patience of a creature waiting in the shadows. He wore his mask of loyalty until the one perfect moment, a wedding that would have delivered him an entire kingdom the moment Dominic's heart finally gave out. "And the coal boy?" Santos asks. "A pawn. That's all he ever was." His sick fascination with Elena and his insider knowledge of the family's vulnerabilities made him the perfect instrument, one that was always meant to be discarded. A slight movement draws the eye. Lucian's hand tightens on the back of Elena's chair, the only outward sign of the tremor running through him. Romano fed Cole just enough information to make him believe he was a player, all while secretly constructing the very trap that would be his demise. Cole was always meant to be the fall guy. Except Cole didn't fall. Moretti interjects, his gaze fixed on Elena. Romano did, because of her. The words are still sharp, but now they carry the unmistakable edge of a new, grudging respect. Dominic pushes their focus toward the future, toward the gaping power vacuum left behind. Romano's empire is a serpent with no head, and his son, the one who was promised to Elena, is now in the ground. The entire territory lies open, a bleeding wound. You can feel the gravity in the room shift, the thin veneer of a funeral dissolving into the hungry silence of a wolf pack choosing its first meal. This was always the true meeting, not about grief. It was about the carve-up. Castellano makes the first claim. The East Docks. Romano had every shipping lane strangled. But Santos just circles him, dismissing it as scraps. The real fortune, he says, is in the political capital. And then Moretti throws a wrench into their fantasies. All this bloodshed has drawn eyes, cops, state officials. He gives voice to the question they're all choking on. Are the puppets they own about to finally sever their own strings? Lucien just waves it away. They've been living on Romano's money for a decade. They won't bite the hand that feeds them just because it's wearing a new watch. And there it is. The challenge is laid bare. The Varley family is moving to absorb everything. Santos hears the unspoken declaration. Lucian's words are a chilling masterpiece of dual meaning, a promise to simply protect their interests while his eyes promise total conquest. It's a terrifying display of power held just in check. And Elena, she sees all of it. She is watching this ancient toxic ballet of veiled threats and loaded promises, a script these men have known by heart since childhood. And she, the woman meant to be a portrait on the wall, is now seated at the head of the table. No, not anymore. There's something else, she says, and the room falls silent once more. Romano had help. He had a source inside, someone who fed him security protocols, patrol rotations, our family's private movements. Someone was whispering in his ear. Moretti instantly throws out Cole's name. Elena cuts him off. Cole could get to me, but he couldn't get to the business. He knew where I'd be for dinner, yes, but the attack was timed to a security transition only this family knew about. They used codes that are changed every single week. Adrian couldn't have given him that. You can almost see the shadow fall across Dominic's features. You're saying there's another snake in this house. Elena's voice is pure ice. I'm saying we are fools to believe there isn't. The silence that crashes down on the room is thick enough to steal the air from your lungs. Her theory, that the infection is still inside their own walls, instantly turns every man against his brother. Every glance becomes an accusation. That is a monumental accusation, Castellano mutters, trying to smother the flame. It is a monumental situation, she fires back, forcing them to stare into the abyss. She makes it painfully clear, this isn't some paranoid fantasy, this is their new reality. A world where the man beside you could be the one holding the knife. From his chair, Santos watches her, a predator studying its prey. "You've given this a great deal of thought," he says, trying to unravel her. She tells him that weeks trapped in bed gave her nothing but time to obsess. When they demand to know what else she has, her gaze finds Lucian's, a silent plea for permission to drop the other shoe. Lucian's nod is almost imperceptible. Is it permission, or is it merely the opening move in a game he's already mapped out? Elena turns back to them all and detonates their entire reality. She tells them Romano wasn't the disease, he was merely a symptom. What if he isn't the problem? What if he's a warning sign of something far worse? She paints a picture of a world where their old codes of loyalty are turning to ash. This rot, she warns, is creating a power vacuum, one that draws in vultures like Romano from the inside, and jackals like Adrian from the outside. Her final line hangs in the air like a prophecy: adapt or be erased. Moretti's scoff is the sound of a man trying to deny the decay he can feel in his own heart. The old ways have worked for 50 years, Moretti argues, desperately clinging to a past that's already a corpse. Elena's answer is a fresh, bleeding wound. The old ways got my father taken and me shot. This isn't a debate. It's her throwing his failure back in his face. She clarifies that she's not calling for a revolution, but an evolution, to replace the empty oaths of loyalty with the cold, hard certainty of technology and protocol. Santos puts her directly in the crosshairs, his voice ablade. "You?" The single word sends the danger in the room skyrocketing. Behind her, you can practically feel the muscles in Lucian's back harden into stone. Elena's denial is swift, strategic, placing her father and Lucian as the heirs, while framing herself as a new kind of weapon. Castellano's sneer, "If we allow you," is his pathetic last try at keeping her in her place. Elena looks right through the bars of his cage. "You can dismiss me, or you can acknowledge what I just accomplished." She moves around the room, her gaze landing on each of them, a silent challenge that pins them to their chairs. The quiet that follows is profound, filled with old men being forced to reconsider everything they thought they knew. You can feel Lucian restraining himself, fighting the instinct to shield her, knowing he cannot reveal his true position. And then laughter cracks the tension like a whip. It's Santos, a deep, genuine laugh, and it changes everything. "I like her," he declares, and the very ground beneath their world begins to shift. He lays it out for them. She has courage, and she is right. He sees the rot she spoke of, recognizes how their own comfort has become a weakness. "This is madness," Moretti sputters, the last words of a dying generation. Santos counters his panic with brutal logic, framing it as a simple choice between evolution and extinction. He proposes they let her in on a trial basis, her position contingent on results. Castellano wants to know the price of admission. Proof? It is Lucian who speaks, his voice a perfect calm as he sets the terms of the test. Elena finds Romano's contact, and she has her seat. A brilliant, cruel maneuver. He's just hijacked her entire rebellion and forged it into his own private trial, a mission where she is still ultimately accountable to him. The only sound she makes is a small, sharp intake of breath. You can almost feel her swallow fire, forcing down a scream just to stay in the game. Dominic makes the terms official. 1 month. Success means a place at the table. Failure means a silence from which she will never return. I will not fail, she says, a promise that sounds more like a prayer against the sheer terror that must be flooding her veins. The vote passes, but you can already see the new fractures splitting the family apart. For the remainder of the meeting, her new purpose is clear. Appear invaluable, but never ever appear to be a threat. Elena contributes where she can, her observations sharp, clinical, and effective. She needs them to see her as an asset, not as a rival. By the end, the strain is visible, a fine tremor in her hands as the medication fades and the pain begins its return. Lucian is the one who notices. Lucian is the one who ends it. Elena needs her rest. He rises and guides her from the room, his hand on the small of her back, a statement that is both shield and threat, a silent dare for anyone to object. No one does. In the heavy quiet of the car, she finally lets the armor fall, slumping against the leather. Her assessment of her supposed victory is a raw, hollow whisper. That was foolish. Lucian feigns ignorance. What part? He knows precisely what she means, the impossible manhunt he just sentenced her to. His answer offers no comfort, only cold, hard reality. You won't. He closes the space between them, his touch the opening move in a profound psychological game. He begins with praise, forging a bond. You are the most intelligent person in that room. Then comes the true message, the quiet affirmation of his control. You wanted to play, and I let you in, but it is I who designed this labyrinth from which there is no escape. There is no warmth in his icy composure. You wanted a seat at the table? This is what it costs. He has just thrown her into the deep end of the ocean and told her to start swimming. She is so completely overwhelmed, she cannot even form a reply. I thought I would have more time to prepare, she says, a quiet plea for mercy. Lucian simply dismisses it, twisting her entire life into some kind of covert training exercise, making her feel foolish for her own fear. Then he extends a phantom hand. I will help you. Marco will help you. Even your father will help you. It is a mirage of a safety net, constructed to make him the absolute center of her world, and then the final turn of the screw. But the credit must be yours alone. This is not for her sake. If he manipulates every outcome and she wins, she is merely his puppet. But if she wins on her own, under his careful guidance, of course, she becomes something far more valuable. A true weapon he can point. A chilling smile touches his lips. Then you become dangerous. He moves her to the main family estate for her security, which is nothing more than a new word for stripping her of all freedom and locking her inside his cage. Inside the mansion, servants are scrubbing blood from the floorboards, a grim metaphor for the family's attempt to erase the past. Elena, however, is being forced to relive every moment, the sounds, the sights. It all plays on a relentless loop inside her head, a classic symptom of trauma. Dominic asks about the meeting, and Lucian cuts right to the chase. She has 1 month to find Romano's mole. You can see the fury ignite in Dominic's eyes. That was not our arrangement. Lucian just shrugs, shifting the entire weight of it onto Elena. Arrangements change. She consented to it. Just as the two men are about to clash, a silent war for control brewing between them, Elena steps in, seizing her own narrative. I always have a choice, and I made mine. It is a necessary lie, the first brick laid in the foundation of the trauma bond that is already beginning to form around her heart. I will find the leak, I will prove my worth, and I will take my place. We're done talking. The two men who ran her world could only stare, their dominion erased in a single breath. On her father's face, a terrible, beautiful collision of pride and pure dread. He resorts to the only thing he knows. You are your mother's daughter. And for Elena, the air in that room becomes too thick to breathe. So she runs. She finds herself in the bedroom of her childhood, a perfect museum to a life that no longer exists. And she shatters. The pain in her body is nothing compared to the crushing gravity of the vow she just made. 30 days to find a phantom buried in the heart of their family. A task designed for failure. And that, you see, was always the point. A soft knock on the door. It's Lucian. He's playing the part of the gentle guardian, a bowl of soup held out like an offering. This is a move, a classic maneuver in the art of control. You offer comfort to breed dependency. You have to eat. She refuses, but he produces a doctor's note, admitting with a predator's smile that he provided some financial encouragement for the diagnosis. It's that dark humor, isn't it? A carefully crafted key made to unlock her defenses. And it works. A small smile escapes her. The perfect textbook symptom of a woman learning to love her cage. He sits on her bed, a deliberate invasion of her last remaining sanctuary. Talk to me. He's searching for the cracks. Tell me why you're staring at that ceiling like it owes you an apology. And just like that, she gives him everything he wants. I am so far out of my depth. Welcome to the family, he says, his voice flat, making her terror sound like a perfectly normal, even required part of the initiation. He then reframes her entire nightmare, calling this trial by fire a kindness compared to the slow, grinding way most people are broken over years. Her reply is a shard of glass, and it's the truth. That's because you're the one who threw me to the wolves. He doesn't flinch, just twists the knife. That's because you chose to jump. And with that, he makes her the architect of her own ruin, the one who stepped willingly into this mess. His expression hardens into stone. Do you regret it? This question. This is the entire game. He's forcing her to recommit, to actively choose the gilded prison he has built around her. No, she answers after a beat that lasts an eternity. I don't regret it. I'm just scared. An admission of fear, but not an ounce of regret. The precise cocktail of emotions that will keep a girl like her alive. Lucian just reinforces the twisted scripture of their world. Good. Fear's what keeps you sharp. He is programming her, you see, teaching her to live inside a state of constant anxiety and call it a virtue. Get some rest, he orders, but her voice stops him at the door. She thanks him for believing in her, and with those words, the knot of their tragic bond tightens. For a single fleeting moment, the mask of indifference he wears cracks. I have always believed in you, Elena. I just needed you to see it for yourself. Then he's gone, leaving her alone with the impossible. She begins to eat the soup. The conditioning has already begun. Elena begins a rudimentary threat analysis. The list of potential betrayers is a long one, a veritable who's who of the organization's most trusted soldiers. Marco, senior security officers, the men closest to her father. The fact that they're all still drawing breath means the snake is either absent from this list or is a terrifying master of deception. She powers up a device and begins constructing a profile, weaving together personnel records with access logs and timelines. The attack required intimate knowledge of their patterns, their schedules, the very bones of their buildings, a fact that narrows the field, but not nearly enough. She works until her body simply gives out, until her vision blurs and her muscles scream in protest. She swallows her pills, sets an alarm, and surrenders to sleep, knowing the nightmares are lying in wait. The images flicker behind her eyes, a relentless loop of her darkest moment. The attacker's face, Adrian, contorted in a mask of pure hate, the weapon aimed squarely at her father. She feels the gunshot echo in her soul, sees the look of utter devastation shatter Lucian's composure. She wakes with a gasp, drenched in sweat, the sheets clinging to her skin, 3 in the morning. She's been asleep for maybe 2 hours. The bed itself feels like an enemy, so she rises and walks. She pulls on a robe and moves through the silent, sleeping house. No staff. The security detail changes over at 4, making this the deadest, most vulnerable hour of the night. She wanders aimlessly, a ghost in her own home, until she finds herself standing before her father's study. The door is ajar. A single blade of light cuts across the dark floor, and that's wrong. He's never awake this late. Elena nudges the door open. There he is, her father, Dominic, sitting at his desk, buried under a mountain of paperwork. His head snaps up, his expression instantly shifting into one of professional concern. "Couldn't sleep?" he asks. "Nightmares," she says, offering nothing more. He gestures to the files that surround him. "Romano and I built this from nothing," he says, a sharp turn into the past. "Did you know that? 30 years ago, we were just a couple of kids trying to carve out a name for ourselves." Elena collapses into the chair opposite him. "What went wrong?" "Life," he says simply. "Choices." His ambition started to outweigh his loyalty. I wanted to create a legacy. He pushes a photograph across the polished wood. 2 young men, him and Romano, their faces bright with hope. "I should have seen it coming. The signs were always there." "You can't blame yourself for trusting someone." "Can't I? Every soul in this organization is my responsibility. My one job is to keep our people safe, and I failed. On a catastrophic level." He retrieves the photograph. "Your mother would have known. She could always see the rot behind a man's smile." The very air in the room seems to grow heavy. "Tell me about her," Elena asks, her voice a fragile whisper. "You never do." A long, crushing silence fills the space between them. When Dominic finally speaks, his voice is raw with a grief that time has not healed. "She was fire and she was ice. Brilliant, utterly ruthless when necessary, and completely without fear. She could command a room full of killers with a single look." A ghost of a smile haunts his lips. "Sound like anyone you know?" "Yes, you're exactly like her, and if I'm being honest, that terrifies me." "Why?" The answer lands like a body blow. "Because she died for the same reason you're doing this. To prove something. By taking risks she shouldn't have, and refusing to let anyone stand in her way. She was running surveillance on a rival family," he says, each word an agony to speak. "Just gathering intel. I begged her not to go, told her it was too dangerous, that we needed more time. She went anyway." Elena feels a cold, heavy thing settle in her chest. The official story had always been a car crash, a simple, tragic accident. What happened to her? They knew she was coming. They rigged her car. She and your father, your birth father, they never had a chance. His gaze finally breaks, unable to meet hers any longer. I brought you home because she was my sister, and letting you get lost in the system. It would have been like losing her all over again. And there it is. The final devastating piece of the puzzle she never even knew she was solving. You've been trying to protect me, she whispers, the truth a chilling revelation, because you couldn't protect her. He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. I know my actions have put an unfair weight on you, that I've held you back, but to see you walk into that ballroom, knowing what could happen. His voice finally breaks, a deep crack in the foundation of his authority. It was like watching her die all over again. Elena rises, circling the huge desk that has always been a barrier between them, and places her good arm on his shoulder. He reaches up, pulling her into an embrace, and for the very first time, she feels the unshakable leader of their entire world tremble. I'm sorry, he murmurs into her hair, for everything. For the man he tried to force her to marry, for the cage he built around her, for failing to see the woman she had become. You were just trying to save yourself from your own ghosts. It was the wrong way. Maybe, she concedes, but I'm still standing, and I am not giving up. For a long moment, they just hold each other, a father and a daughter finding a fragile truce in the heart of a war. When she finally steps back, he looks 10 years older, and yet somehow lighter. This business with Lucian, he starts, his voice careful. Are you certain? I am. He's not an easy man to love. I know, she says, her own voice unwavering. But I don't need easy. I need something real. Dominic searches her face, then offers a slow, weary nod. Your mother said something similar about your father. She chose him, knowing full well the life he lived, and she never regretted it for a moment, not even at the end. He draws a ragged breath. She died on a mission, fighting for her beliefs beside the man she loved. There are worse ways to go. The logic feels broken to Elena, but she understands the heart behind it. In that instant, her own mission crystallizes into something pure. I'm going to find Romano's mole, she declares, not to prove a point, but because it is what must be done. For you, for our family, for all the people we've lost. I know you will. A faint smile touches his lips again. Just try to make it through without getting shot this time. My old heart can't take it. I'll do my best. And with that, she leaves him to his paperwork and his ghosts, feeling a sense of clarity she hasn't felt in days. The mountain before her was still immense, but for the first time, she wasn't climbing it alone. When she reaches her floor, she finds Lucian waiting in the hallway. You couldn't sleep either, she asks. Sleep isn't a luxury afforded to men in my position, he replies. It's a liability. His eyes scan her, a quick, clinical assessment. Are you all right? I'm getting there. My father and we had a talk about my mother, about everything. She touches the lock on her door. Will you come in? He hesitates, but only for a heartbeat. Elena, I am not trying to get into your bed. I'm not asking for your help. I'm asking for your presence while I sift through this. There's a world of difference. A moment hangs in the air, then he follows her inside. Without a word, Elena turns the bed into a command center, notes in a laptop fanning out across the sheets. A soft space made hard. Lucian just pulls a chair close and watches the storm brew. "Say it out loud," he says, his voice low. "Sometimes the pieces don't find their place until you give them a voice." Nasty. Romano wanted top-tier intelligence on our defenses, rotations, security protocols, blueprints, the whole playbook. That data lives in exactly 3 places: our main security hub, your private server, and my father's personal records. Marco is head of security. My files are with me. My father's are locked behind his own damn fingerprint. So the snake in our garden is Marco, it's you, it's my father, or it's someone who got their hooks into one of you. Marco, after 15 years, I'd hand that man a loaded gun and turn my back, without a thought. My father, let's not be ridiculous, and that leaves you. Elena doesn't flinch, her gaze like granite. Before you blow a gasket, I'm not making an accusation. I'm telling you, my math is off. Lucian leans back in his chair, the gears in his head visibly turning. What if they never needed a file? What if the mole never had to touch a single piece of paper? What if they just had eyes and ears? Bugs, cameras, someone paid to just sit and listen. And then you could see it. The blood draining from Elena's face as the awful, cold truth landed. The IT department. They have the keys to the entire kingdom, every camera, every server. And Romano just had to finance a full system upgrade. He called it a gesture apiece, and we let his people install every last wire. When was this? 6 months ago. 6 months. The timeline clicks, and the sound is nauseating. The exact moment his niece, a girl named Adrienne, began to weave herself into the fabric of Elena's life. It was the final flourish on Romano's sick, self-aggrandizing masterpiece. We have to tear out every piece of hardware his crew so much as looked at, Elena says, her voice a low, lethal hum. Every camera, every server, every comms line, all of it. That'll take time. And if the mole gets wind that we're digging, then we'll send them chasing shadows. Make them absolutely certain we're looking in the wrong place. Elena's fingers fly across the keyboard, bringing up the family's entire organizational tree. We announce a security audit. Standard procedure after an attack. But we'll put on a big show, digging through personnel records, checking physical locks, all the loud, obvious moves. And while they're all watching the front door, we'll be in the basement, cutting the heart out of their spy network. It's a solid plan, but who's handling the tech? We need clean hands. What about that consultant you used last year, the one who fortified the warehouse grid? Lucian's face is unreadable, a slab of stone, but his eyes sharpen. Chen. He's effective. He's discreet. And the only thing he gives a damn about is his payday. He's perfect. We need an outsider, someone with no connections, no allegiances, no history with anyone here. Elena locks her gaze onto his. Can you trust him? About as much as I trust anyone. Then get him on the phone tomorrow. Tell him it's a critical situation and we're doubling his usual fee. Triple. Chen won't even get out of bed for a rush job unless you triple it. Fine. Give him whatever he asks for. Elena snaps her laptop shut. The small sound cracks the silence of the room. Just as the adrenaline fades, the dull ache in her shoulder flares into a scream, the medication wearing off. We have a direction. It's a start. Lucian rises and moves to the bedside. Take your medication. I will, I know. I'm not asking, Elena. You're no good to anyone if you can't stand up straight without flinching. She forces the pills down with water, feeling his eyes on her the entire time. A silent warden. He turns to go. Stay, Elena says, the word escaping her before she can stop it, a raw impulse born of trauma and exhaustion. He freezes, his back to her. I'm not asking for anything, she stammers. I sleep better when someone else is in the room. A faint blush rises on her neck. Is that a weakness? No. He turns, his face a mask she can't decipher. It's the truth. He slips off his shoes, lying down the comforter, leaving a careful, deliberate territory between them. Elena turns onto her good side, facing him. Tell me something, she whispers into the dark. It's not a question. It's a plea for something human, for a piece of the man buried inside the killer. A heavy silence stretches, thick with things unsaid, before his voice finally cuts through it. And he hands her a piece of his darkness, a confession shaped like a key. I have nightmares about the ones I've had to put down. This isn't vulnerability, it's a strategy, a custom-forged tool meant to pry open her sympathy and bind her to him. He talks about his work as a solemn obligation, calling regret a luxury, the classic anthem of men who trade in violence. You can almost feel Elena's heart seize in her chest, a physical reaction to his perfectly administered poison. But you never forget their faces, he murmurs, giving the knife one final devastating twist. She whispers that she's sorry. It's automatic, an instinctual response that tells him his pain is now her burden to share. He shifts slightly, framing a career of bloodshed as some tragic weight he chose to bear, the self-made martyr. And then he lays the entire weight of his soul squarely at her feet. But then I met you. He just made his salvation her responsibility. It's a masterstroke, played on a woman desperate to find the good man inside the monster. He speaks of wanting another kind of life, a real life. But, and here's the hook, only if she can find it in herself to accept what he is. The last, most brutal test of loyalty. Her fingers find their way between his. It's a silent act of surrender. She's done fighting. His final confession, that's what frightens me, is a beautifully constructed lie, a performance of weakness that speaks volumes of his deep, manipulative power. They lie there in the quiet, caught in the fragile illusion that they could be normal. Sleep finally claims her, delivered by painkillers and the sheer weight of emotion. The last thing she remembers is the feeling of his thumb tracing circles the back of her hand, a gesture of ownership, and his whispered vow, I will not let anyone hurt you. A promise of safety that sounds so much like a cage. A final flickering ember of defiance goes out inside her, lost in the comforting dark of capitulation. 2 days later, a new piece appears on the board. A man named Chen, a ghost who makes a living seeing what others can't, whose greatest asset is a face you forget the moment he leaves the room. He arrives with 3 aluminum cases and a demeanor that suggests he's survived more than a few corporate wars by skipping the niceties. The meeting is in a sterile conference room. Lucian and Marco are already there. Elena's body is still a map of aches, a low-level hum of pain that serves as a constant reminder. Chen assesses her immediately, not by her name, but by her function in the current crisis. The one who got shot. Her reply, a little of both brave and stupid, is a confession that she harbors no illusions about her own recklessness. Chen's response is clipped, pure business. A triple rate buys you a lot of my time. He is a contractor, not a savior. He opens the cases, revealing an arsenal of esoteric electronics. Chen cuts straight to the bone, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lucian tells me you think you have a listening problem. The look in his eyes says he's 90% sure they do. Then comes the damning fact. A complete network overhaul 6 months prior, installed by Romano's own people, a date that aligns perfectly with the start of their intelligence leaks. When he calls their security absolute garbage, it's not a judgment, it's a diagnosis. We trusted him, Marco offers, a weak defense that vaporizes under the first rule of their world. You don't trust anyone in this line of work. He places a device on the table, its metal shell cold and absolute. It's a deep scan frequency analyzer, and he needs total, unrestricted access. All of it disguised as a routine system diagnostic. Elena reinforces the lie, a simple inspection of structural wiring, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Chen gives them a timeline that hangs in the air like a death sentence. Days, maybe a week, and then he presents them with the impossible choice that always comes next. Do you pull the bugs now and let them know you're looking? He asks. Or do you leave them active and start feeding them a fantasy? The classic spy's dilemma. A look of shared horror passes between them. It's a move they hadn't even considered. When they ask what he would do, he just turns the question back on them, his gaze sharp enough to draw blood. The decision he implies depends entirely on what they are prepared to lose. You want to find the mole? You let the disease run its course? You want to secure your home? You burn it down to the studs. The options are nothing short of brutal. Before a single breath can be taken, Elena's voice cuts through the tension, hard and clear as a diamond. We find the mole. In that moment, she is baptized into their world of paranoia and betrayal. The family's security has become more important than her own. It's your funeral, Chen says. Not with malice, but with the flat, impartial tone of a man stating a fact. He tells them he needs a guide for the sweep, a ghost who can drift through rooms without being noticed. He dismisses Marco as too visible, too official. His eyes settle on Elena. She's practically part of the furniture. Her role is a skeleton key, a whisper that lets her pass through any door without a sound. She is the ghost he needs for his work. A raw, possessive sound rips from Lucian's throat. No, absolutely not. But Elena counters him with the cold, cutting logic of a strategist finally stepping from the shadows. She understood. The danger wasn't about who walked beside the hunter. It was about the nature of the hunt itself. And by his side, she could control the story. She was going. Chen's only command was as simple as it was impossible. Pretend nothing has changed. 2 hours pass, and then a low, steady pulse from his scanner confirms the shape of their nightmare. They have listeners in the stone. They begin in the main conference room, a space they once called a sanctuary. In just 20 minutes, that safe place feels like a tomb. Chen uncovers 3 of them, 3 tiny black spiders clinging to the darkness. Professional grade, he murmurs, his tone stripped of all emotion. This isn't something you buy from a catalog. A master is watching, When she asks if the signal can be traced, he explains it all. A local receiver acts as the heart, and if they can find that heart, it will lead them to the face of the one who betrayed them. As planned, they leave the listening devices exactly where they found them, and that the chilling realization washes over them. The security meeting from 2 days ago, where they revealed their entire goddamn plan, was essentially a live performance for the enemy. And just like that, the truth hits Elena like a fist to the gut. The enemy doesn't just know they are coming, they know the exact path the hunter will walk. The clock has stopped ticking, it is now screaming at them. Their target will either vanish or turn to fight. Chen, however, remains a machine of methodical precision. His instructions sound like they're pulled from a grim textbook on how to behave when you're already caught in the trap. Maintain your patterns, project calm, and say nothing of substance where the walls have ears. The rest of their day unfolds like a slow-motion catastrophe, with the scanner confirming the infection has spread to every vital organ of their operation. Then comes the discovery of a micro camera, a tiny, unblinking eye aimed at the hallway just outside Elena's bedroom, and the breach becomes a violation. Her private space, ripped open. Chen notes that it was placed outside her door, a fact which offers zero comfort. Her mind just replays every quiet conversation, every private exchange in that corridor, all of it now intelligence for the other side. By nightfall, the breach map reveals a terrifyingly deliberate pattern. The devices weren't scattered randomly. They were clustered around the very nerve centers of command. From the shadows of a dark supply closet, Chen's voice confirms the most dreadful part. Someone knew exactly what they were listening for. This wasn't a blind cast of a net, it was a surgical strike. 23 devices and still counting. The digital blueprint on their headquarters is lit up with angry red markers over offices, boardrooms, even the security nexus. The objective was painfully clear: to see into their future, to know every move before it was even conceived. Even the batteries told a story, a life of 6 to 8 months, confirming this living nightmare had been breathing down their necks for a very long time. But the one piece of the puzzle they can't find is the phantom they are hunting, the location of the central receiver. The signal broadcasts across a half-mile radius, a ghost hiding somewhere within dozens of buildings and among thousands of souls, turning a physical search into an absolute farce. Chen is hunched over his equipment, trying to interpret the faint flickers in the signal like some kind of digital oracle. His concentration shatters when Lucian storms into the room. You can see the crisis etched onto his features. He carries a frantic energy with him. His words, "We have a problem," are the quiet prelude to a hurricane. The surveillance game is no longer passive. Someone just tried to eliminate Chen's assistant. The rules have just been rewritten in blood. Case File 7B. It opened with clean, calculated violence. A vehicle quite literally shoved off the road on its way to meet with them. Lucien saw it for precisely what it was, his voice dead flat. Whoever is listening knows what we're doing, and they're finished playing games. The hospital waiting room, thick with the smell of antiseptic and dread, became the new theater for this war. The target, David Chen, was alive but broken, a concussion, fractured ribs. He was conscious enough to recount the attack from his hospital bed. "Black SUV," he rasped. "Pure professional hit. Pulled up at a red light, just pushed me into oncoming traffic. I swerved and hit a pole. They never even tapped the brakes." He never saw a face. Windows were blacked out, but I got a partial plate. He forces out 3 numbers and a letter like a final, desperate prayer. Marco is already a blur of motion, his fingers flying across his phone as he hunts the ghost. Elena watches David, sees the fear flickering behind the bravado, the almost imperceptible tremor in his hands. She asks who knew about his movements. Just Chen and whoever you've told. The circle of trust constricts, leaving only Lucien and Marco inside with them. 2 horrific possibilities bloom in Elena's mind. The traitor is someone they would never dream of suspecting, or the enemy is so omniscient that the slightest deviation from their routine triggers an execution order. The elder Chen pleads with them to walk away. This work is not worth your life. But David just scoffs. The hell it isn't. You're paying triple. I'm not getting scared off by some corporate muscle. I'm a New Yorker's. We don't yield to traffic, Elena offers, a piece of gallows humor. You sure? I'm sure. Get me a laptop and a bottle of pain meds. I can work from here. Just then, Marco's phone vibrates. He excuses himself, and when he returns, his jaw is set like stone. Plates belong to a shell corp, Northside Logistics. Care to guess the parent company? Romano. Lucien speaks the name as if it's a curse. Romano's son, to be exact. Michael, the one who went to ground after his father fell. For Elena, that name is a shard of ice piercing her heart. He's still here, in the city, and he means to finish what his father couldn't. Marco presents them with a photograph. Michael Romano, 30 years old, with the same empty, predatory eyes as his father. He's been spotted twice this week, both times near our properties, Marco reports. Lucien sees the endgame. He's cleaning house, Lucy, erasing the loose ends before he vanishes for good. Or before he makes his real move, Elena counters, her thoughts already spinning. His father failed, but the infrastructure is still in place. The surveillance, the network, all of it. If Michael is as smart as he looks, he'll use every asset his father built to try again. The son, attempting to redeem the father's legacy, a pure mob tragedy unfolding before them. Then we find him before he finds us. Lucien looks to Chen. How fast can you complete the sweep without David? 2 days. 3 at most. You get one, then we go silent, pull every bug, change every code, assume we are always being watched. That will signal that we know. Chen states the obvious. They already know. Lucien's voice is like grinding stone. They tried to kill David. The time for subtlety is over. Chen offers a single sharp nod and departs. In the sterile quiet of the hospital corridor, Elena puts a hand on Lucien's arm. We need to discuss the strategy. What about it? Finding the bugs is useless if we can't find Michael. He's the sickness. He possesses all his father's knowledge, and he has absolutely nothing left to lose. Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. I think we need to bait the trap. Lucien's response is immediate, a wall of iron slamming down. No! Just listen to me. I don't need to listen. I know exactly where this is going. Elena's tone was sharp enough to draw blood, and my answer is no. You have no clue what I was about to say. You are going to offer yourself as the bait. Again. As if getting shot once didn't teach you a thing. It worked, he shot back, a man defending his only desperate victory. You were lucky. Adrian was a mess, an emotional wreck. Michael Romano is not. He is methodical. He is cold. and he just demonstrated he is willing to kill to protect his inheritance. A chilling clarity descended upon her, the cold logic of a creature that has been hunted for so long it has begun to think like the hunter. He sees me as the final loose end, the woman who brought down his father's empire if I give him an open shot. He'll take it, and I am supposed to walk through what's left of my existence knowing that I let you. Lucien's voice was a low rasp, strangled by all the things he couldn't say. No, we will find another way. There isn't another way. Time has run out and he is a ghost. We either drag him into the light or spend the rest of our lives waiting for his blade in the dark. Then we will live checking our shadows. The words hung between them, a stalemate between her urgent need for resolution and his primal need to protect her, even if it meant a lifetime of paranoia. He could see the fear in her eyes, but he could not let it be the very thing that consumed her. "I'm doing this," she said, her voice a quiet vow. "With you or without you. You can either help me architect this correctly, or you can pray for me from the sidelines." "That's not fair." "No," she whispered, "but it's the truth." Her hand found his, a small, warm anchor in the storm. "I know you're terrified. I am too. But we both know there are no other pieces to play on this board." He shut his eyes, a final silent surrender. "I hate that you're right." "It happens," she breathed, a ghost of her former smile touching her lips. "More often than you admit." "Then we do it my way. A location of our choosing, every exit covered, you wear a vest." "Done." "Sn. And if one thing feels off, a single detail, you walk away. No last-second heroics. Swear it to me." "I swear." He brought his forehead to rest against hers, a silent, desperate prayer against the coming darkness. "If you get hurt—" "I won't." "Then you will do what you have always done. You will endure." "You will protect what is ours," she breathed, finishing his sentence for him, her gaze locking with his, a silent vow of retribution passing between them. "And you will reduce whoever did this to ash, but it won't get that far. Because we are going to choreograph this down to the very last breath, execute it without a flaw, and we will put an end to him tonight." "Tonight?" Michael is cornered. That move against David in broad daylight wasn't about power, it was pure panic. A man that desperate gets sloppy, we will be his final mistake. Her read on him was chillingly precise, the instinct of a predator sizing up its prey. Just then, Marco filled the doorway. "My eyes are all over the city. Michael's vanished." "That's because he's waiting for an opening," Elena said. "So we're going to create one for him. A stage public enough to make him feel safe, but enclosed enough to become his tomb." "And where would that be?" Marco asked. Her eyes flashed, processing a million outcomes a second, searching for the one venue Michael would choose for his last act. "The memorial service." The words seemed to freeze the air. "What memorial service?" Lucien asked, his tone slow as if speaking to someone who had finally snapped. But her voice was a shard of ice. "The one we announced today for the victims of the attack at the 7th Street Church. I'm already scheduled to deliver the eulogy." The bait was nothing short of monstrous. Michael would see it as a golden opportunity to strike when she was at her most vulnerable, inside a church with a dozen ways out. It was almost too good to be true. But she had the final piece. He'll believe it's real. We'll plant a fake security brief in one of the rooms we know he has bugged. We'll make it sound like we're falling apart at the seams. The entire trap was engineered to play on his own colossal ego. He would hear their private conversation, believe he had them figured out, and stroll right into his own undoing. Marco just gave one curt nod. It was settled. We can seal that church off, make it airtight. A man on every exit. The moment he steps inside, the doors are bolted. Lucien, ever the protector, his worry for her a physical thing, played his role. And if he doesn't come alone? Then we bring a bigger force, she replied, her tone leaving no space for argument. But I'm betting he'll come solo. He wants to disappear after this, leave no loose ends. A shootout on the church steps? He can't afford that kind of attention. Lucien raked a hand through his hair, the universal gesture of a man about to watch the person he loves step in front of a speeding train. This is madness. This is the only chance we have, Elena stated, and we are taking it. And with that, the curtain rose with the tragedy. Marco gets on the line, his voice a low rumble as he spins a cover story about a private gathering for church personnel. Miles across town, Chen is giving an award-winning performance of panicked whispers for the listening devices. And Lucien? He moves through the shadows, positioning 24 armed men with a single chilling order. Bring Michael in alive if you can. For Elena, the preparation was all internal, a hardening of the heart. The bulletproof vest was a cold, heavy weight against her skin. Part shield, part shroud. The small pistol Lucien had pressed into her hand felt like a foreign object tucked into the folds of her black silk dress. You remember what to do with that? He asked, his gaze fixed on the weapon's faint outline. Her reply was mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion. Point, shoot! Just try to avoid hitting my men. I'll try my best. Elena. She finally lifted her head, meeting the storm in his eyes. I've been preparing for this for 6 months. I know the choreography. I know, he conceded, the 2 words tasting like poison. That doesn't make it any less difficult to watch. Her fingers brushed against his jaw, feeling the knot of tension there. After tonight, this ends. We'll have Michael. The listening devices will be gone. We can finally breathe. And if things go wrong, we adapt. It's what we've always done. She kissed him then, a fast, desperate act. He murmured against her lips. I know, that's what terrifies me. The location was an old cathedral, a stone mausoleum perfectly suited for an ambush. 1 grand entrance, 2 side exits, and a choir loft for a God's eye view. Marco's men melted into the architecture, becoming gargoyles and phantoms waiting, and there she stood, the offering, a solitary, dark figure in the center of the cavernous, silent cathedral. The fake service was still an hour away, leaving Michael a generous window to stalk his prey in the quiet. She was a study in vulnerability, draped in funeral black silk, the armored vest a secret pressed against her heart. The gun offered no comfort against the kind of damnation that was coming. Her voice, a whisper carried over a hidden wire, cut through the oppressive stillness. Anything? From the balcony high above, a voice replied, detached and cold. It was Lucien, a helpless deity observing the sacrifice. Stay alert. The wait stretched into an eternity, each second ticking by like a lifetime as she feigned reading from a script. She put on a show of reviewing her notes, a performance for an audience of one, while her gaze swept every dark corner of the immense space. Light fractured through stained glass windows, casting broken jewels of color on the stone floor. A beautiful, disorienting haze that made it hard to trust your eyes. And then a groan from the main doors, a sound that seized her heart. A silhouette emerged from the light. A man in a janitor's coveralls, holding a toolbox. His posture was easy, practiced, a look designed to be invisible. But she knew that shape. She had studied his photographs until his form was seared onto the back of her eyelids. "Target is in view," she breathed. "Main entrance, disguised as staff." Lucienne's voice was in her ear instantly. "I see him. Hold your position." Michael ambled down the center aisle, his pace unhurried. His eyes scanned everything, searching for the imperfection in the trap, even as his own monstrous pride pulled him forward, closing the distance between them. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure animal fear. He drew closer. 20 feet, then 15, 10. "Miss Varelli." His voice was utterly flat, an oil slick spreading on dark water. "Father Matthews sent me. Something about an issue with the public address system. A simple lie to close the gap." "Did he?" Her hand began a slow, deliberate journey toward the pistol concealed at her waist. "That's odd. He failed to mention anything to me. Perhaps it slipped his mind. You know how he can be." Michael set the toolbox down. The click of the latches opening echoed like a pair of gunshots in the dead air. "I'll just take a quick look." "I don't think so." And with those words, the spell was broken. At her denial, the mask of the ordinary janitor dissolved, revealing the monster beneath who could not tolerate being told no. "I beg your pardon." She said it again, her voice stronger, ringing against the stone walls. "I said, I don't think so, because you and I both know you're not here for the microphones." Helena brings the pistol up, holding it low, but letting the light catch on its steel surface. "Hello, Michael." For one suspended heartbeat, nothing moves. Then he smiles, the same hollow, predatory smile his father had. "Clever little thing. Just like your old man." His hand drops toward the toolbox on the floor, but not nearly clever enough. And the world erupts in violence. Michael has a gun. She throws herself behind the podium as the sanctuary is torn apart by the deafening crack of gunfire. Lucienne's voice, all composure gone, is screaming orders in her ear, drowned out by the thunder of boots closing in from every direction. Michael fires twice, the shots going wide. From her cover, Elena returns fire, her training kicking in, aiming for center mass, squeezing the trigger again and again until the slide on her pistol locks open. Empty. Hands are on her, pulling her from the chaos toward a side exit. It's Marco, his face a grim mask of pure function. "Go! Now!" Her voice is raw, torn from her throat. "Did we get him?" "He's down. Can't tell if he's gone or just hit. Doesn't matter. You're leaving." They crash through the door into the blinding sun. A car is waiting, engine growling. She is shoved into the back seat, Marco piling in after her. The vehicle is screaming away before the doors are even shut. Her entire body is trembling, the violent aftershock of an immense adrenaline surge. "Is Lucienne?" "He's okay. He's with Michael. We're meeting you at the safe house." The safe house is a nondescript apartment in a building the family owned. Inside, Elena paces like a caged animal, trying to outrun the terror while Marco stays glued to his phone, hunting for any new information. A piercing whine fills her ears, and every muscle in her body is screaming from the impact of her fall. 30 minutes feel like an eternity before Lucien finally walks through the door. His shirt is splattered with blood, not his own, and the relief that washes over her is so powerful it nearly brings her to her knees. His face is a granite mask of cold, controlled rage. "Michael?" she asks. "Alive." He bites out, the word like a shard of glass. "Shoulder and a leg. He'll survive for a trial." Lucien crosses the room to her, his hands coming up to frame her face, his eyes scanning her for any sign of damage. "Are you hurt?" "No, shaken, but I'm okay." "You shot him." It wasn't a question. "I shot at him. I'm not sure if I actually—" "You hit him and—" He cut her off. "The shoulder wound was yours. Clean shot, just missed the artery." And then his mouth is on hers, a kiss that feels more like a punishment than passion. It was a brutal collision of relief and fury, a violent confirmation of the twisted bond they had forged in the heart of all this darkness. "You will never do that again." The words were an iron law. "Do what? Execute the strategy we all approved?" "Terrify me." When he raised that pistol, and for a moment, a crack spiderwebbed across Lucien's composure, a flaw in the marble. "I thought my world was about to end with you." So Elena just collapses into his arms, searching for a haven from the very man who puts her in these impossible positions. The classic, heartbreaking story of a soul drawn to her own warden. "I'm fine. We're fine. It's finished." "Is it?" Marco's voice cut through the air from the doorway, sharp as glass. "Because Michael is talking, and his words, they're more than a little interesting." They huddled around a speaker. Michael's voice, faint with pain, but still dripping with its usual venomous ego, confessed it all. The hidden eyes and ears were his father's plot, the first chess move in a bloody takeover with Michael as the pawn inside their walls. But the story only deepens. He starts naming names, a long list of corrupted officers, and then the final blow that stops every heart in the room. The identity of the Viper inside the Varelli family, the one who gave their enemies the blueprint to their home. You could have heard a tear fall when the name finally surfaced. "Thomas Reeves," Michael rasped from the device. "Your own head of IT. He engineered the whole thing, ran the upkeep, and even handed us a damn map of where to plant the devices. We gave him $200,000 to start, and 100,000 more when the work was done." Reeves, the unassuming tech guy, with the family for 3 years, the man who held the keys to their entire digital existence. "Get him," Lucien commanded, his voice a glacier. "Now." "I'm already on it," Marco shot back. "But he's a ghost. Hasn't been seen since yesterday." "Then we find out where he ran, and we haul him back here by the throat." Lucien's gaze found Elena's again, intense and unblinking. "You did it. You found the snake in our garden." That single piece of praise was a powerful currency, a validation that cemented her place, her necessity. She let it sink in, a feeling of grim success mixed with a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. They tasked her with finding the betrayer in a month. She delivered in 3 weeks. "What comes now?" she asked. "Now," Lucien said, his voice low and final. "We tear it all down. Every network Reeves ever laid hands on is getting torched. Every line of code rewritten. every single piece of hardware scrubbed clean. He pulled her close against him. And you? You now have a permanent seat at the council table. No more tests. No more needing to prove anything. You've earned your place. Elena just seemed to dissolve into him, the last dregs of adrenaline finally giving way. And Michael and his father, they will answer for what they've done. Our kind of answer, not one you find in a courthouse, he clarified, his face carved from granite. That one sentence drew an uncrossable line between their world and the rest of humanity. The council will decide their fate, but I'd bet on banishment if they're fortunate. A single bullet if they aren't. And what about Reeves? The same. He sold his loyalty to us. A debt like that can only be settled one way. The complete absence of guilt she felt was a terrifying new landmark in the map of her own soul. She was absorbing their brutal calculus, a world where compassion for an enemy is a fatal flaw. In her mind, what was about to happen wasn't murder, it was simply collecting on a debt. I want to go home, she whispered. Lucian gave a slow nod. Let's go home. Returning to the estate felt different this time, lighter, as if she had finally made peace with her place in this violent gilded cage. While Chen, their tech specialist, became a poltergeist, sweeping the sprawling mansion for any hidden listening devices, the rest of the staff moved about, completely oblivious to the silent war that had nearly detonated around them. In the quiet of her own room, Elena peeled off the tactical gear, every muscle in her body screaming in protest. The pistol was secured in its lockbox. She just looked at her own reflection for a long moment, watching the new bruises bloom beside the old scars, a painful atlas charting the journey that brought her here. Lucian appeared in the doorway, his own blood-stained shirt gone. You need to sleep. I know, but I can't. She turned to look at him. It's really over. He answered with a truth that was also a veiled warning. This fight is, but the war never ends. Never. He crossed the space between them, his hands finding her waist. This life will not get simpler, Elena. It will only get more violent, and the price will only get higher. Are you absolutely certain this is the world you want? It was the last test. She looked inward, weighing the relentless fear and brutality against the strange, anchoring sense of belonging she'd discovered here. She once fled from this life. Now she was choosing to claim it. I'm certain, she replied, her voice unshakable. Not because it's simple and not because it's safe, but because it belongs to me, my choice, my life, and because you are a part of it. And there it was, the moment the story pivoted, when she took the trauma that bound them and reforged it into a deliberate pact. You have me, he affirmed, for good times and bad, though let's be honest, it will probably be for the bad. I'll choose the bad, she breathed. The bad is what makes it real. He kissed her then, a long, consuming kiss that felt, to her, like a conclusion. The contract was signed. She was, at last, completely one of them. The numbers were a catastrophe, a labyrinth of impossibilities where every potential route ended in utter ruin. Yet deep in the calculus of the soul, it was the only path forward. As if moved by a force beyond his control, Lucian bridged the distance, resting his forehead against hers. The rest of the world just ceased to exist. The council meets tomorrow, he murmured, his voice a vibration against her skin. They will demand a full accounting of Michael, the surveillance, all of it. You need to be present. She simply nodded. And then what? He asked, the real question suspended in the air between them. Then we begin again, on our terms, together. Together? The word sounded foreign on his tongue, a dialect from a world he'd never known. I think I could grow accustomed to that. A faint smile touched Elena's lips, a silent vow. Me too. Outside, the city hummed on, ignorant of the hunter named Thomas Reeves who still stalked its dark corners. And for the Romanos, father and son, a tempest of retribution was gathering. The very bedrock of their world was fracturing, all because Elena Varelli was no longer a pawn to be protected. She was the player commanding the entire board. She had validated her worth with blood and strategy, carving out her own brutal place in the hierarchy. For the first time, a sense of rightness settled over her, a deep knowing that she was precisely where she was meant to be. Here, in the belly of the beast, she was crafting a new existence with the man she had chosen, an existence far more real than the one she'd tried to escape. This was no longer a cage, it was home. The council chambers no longer felt like a place of judgment. Elena entered with a different energy, her former anxieties a distant memory. Lucian was at her side, not as a guardian, but as a peer. Her place at the main table, a position of genuine authority, not a token gesture, was greeted with a quiet, resentful acceptance. At the head of it all sat Dominic, her father, looking stronger than he had in months. The angry wound on his face had healed into a fine silver scar. Marco, his devoted second, stood just behind him, arms folded across his chest. A living shield, his gaze perpetually scanning the room for threats, a reflex burned into you by trauma that never truly fades. The other heads of families were assembled. Santos entered first, offering Elena a dip of his head that was more than a greeting. It was an open recognition of her new status. Castellano followed, a look of profound irritation on his face that failed to mask the fact he knew his presence was mandatory. Moretti was also there, staring intently at a wall as if it held the secrets of the universe, a silent, pathetic act of defiance. Let us begin. Dominic's voice cut through the strained silence as they took their seats. We have much to discuss. The first hour was dedicated to business, updates on the Romano affair. Both the father and son were being held at an undisclosed location, their lives dangling by the council's collective decision. The son, Michael, had apparently sung like a canary, trading his father's entire criminal enterprise for a marginally less horrific fate. The confession served as a perfect blueprint for treachery, delivering every piece they would need to tear down the last pillars holding up the Romano family's empire. The question that remains, Santos cut in, his voice smooth as velvet, is what becomes of their holdings. The port, their influence in the capital, this entire machine they bled 30 years to build, it can't all just vanish. It gets carved up, Castellano shot back, his hunger showing through immediately. Divided based on what this little war took from each of us. My family lost 2 men. That doesn't come cheap. We all have empty chairs at the table, Marco countered, his tone cutting. And putting a price on a man's life is a fool's game. So what is your solution? Elena had been a ghost in the corner until that moment, simply observing, absorbing the room's thick currents of greed and fear. Now her voice, unwavering and cool, sliced through the escalating noise. We don't carve it up. We absorb it. And the room just died. You could have heard a pin drop on the carpet. Every boss in that room, every single one, turned their head to stare at her. Elaborate, Dominic commanded, his voice a flat, unreadable line. The Romano machine worked because it was a single body. The port fed the trucks bought the politicians, and the politicians protected the port. The moment you hack it into pieces, you murder it. But if you were to keep it whole and operate it as one. She let the idea hang there, a ghost in the suffocating silence. You're suggesting a consortium, Santos finally said, and you could almost hear the gears of his mind turning, grinding against decades of instinct. Joint oversight of everything the Romanos once controlled. I'm suggesting we end this pathetic, unending cycle of tearing each other apart for scraps. I'm suggesting a coalition. Our strength has always been when we stand together. Romano proved that. He nearly buried all of us because we were too damn busy guarding our own little corners to see the wolf at the door. Moretti let out a short, ugly laugh. It was the sound of pure contempt. That's a child's story. Pacts like that don't last. Someone's ambition always wins. Betrayal isn't a risk, it's an inevitability. Just as Romano proved, Elena fired back, her eyes locking onto his. You're not wrong. Greed is in our blood, but it's a sickness that festers in a broken system. So let's imagine a new one. A system with transparent rules, with ledgers that are open to all, and with consequences for betrayal that we all agree on before the knife is ever drawn. You want to run this like some corporation? Castellanos sneered, the word dripping from his mouth like poison. I want us to avoid extinction. The world is evolving, the feds are getting smarter, technology is making the shadows we live in disappear, and every year, another Romano will rise from the ashes, someone who sees our infighting and decides it's the perfect time to burn this whole city to the ground. Elena leans forward, and a current of energy pulls the entire room with her. Look, we either evolve or we get erased. There is no third option. A slow nod begins from Santos. She has a point. I've been saying for years that our methods are obsolete. Perhaps it is time for a new strategy. Moretti just scoffs, dismissing it all with a wave of his hand. And you'll put your faith in these men. Castellano would sell his own mother for a bigger share. The Varleys are just making a naked play for power. Dominic's voice turned to ice. The Varlis are pushing this because my daughter nearly ended up in a grave stopping Romano, and because she is right. We have been running on pure ego while the foundations crumble beneath us, and my patience for it is gone. And with that, the room detonated. Castellano and Moretti were on their feet, voices raw with outrage. Santos was trying to mediate. Others just threw their own fuel on the fire. And Elena, she just watched the chaos, seeing with perfect clarity how Romano had manipulated these men, turning their own demons against them. Their distrust was absolute, a fatal weakness. Beneath the table, Lucian's hand found hers, a silent message. I am here. Enough! Her father's voice cracked like a bullwhip, an authority forged in decades of command. We decide nothing today, but we will consider it. Elena will draft a formal proposal, the structure, the distribution of funds, the punishments, everything. We meet in 2 weeks to review it. 2 weeks! Moretti sounded like he was choking. Impossible. Then she had better work quickly. This meeting is adjourned. The bosses shuffled out, some still arguing, others already lost in calculation. Santos paused beside Elena to propose something that radical, that took courage. Or it was just desperate, she answered, her voice quiet. The line can be thin. He gave her a small, knowing smile. For what it's worth, you're right about the core problem. We have to change. The only question is whether you can make old dogs learn new tricks. After he left, Elena stood alone in the cavernous room, and the true weight of her words came crashing down. To rebuild their entire world, to build it on trust, a currency that didn't exist here, and on unity, a concept they didn't even understand. You do realize the probability of this succeeding is near zero, don't you? Lucien's voice was a low murmur. It's a prayer in the dark. Every single clause will be a battle. Moretti will work to undermine it. Castellano will try to bleed you dry. Even the ones who nodded today will panic when they realize what they truly have to sacrifice. I know. Then why do it? Elena finally turned to him, her eyes shining with a strange light. Because someone has to break the cycle, to keep repeating the same destructive patterns and expect a different result. That's the definition of insanity, isn't it? She paused, searching for the right words. I'm not trying to simply survive until the next Romano appears. I'm trying to build something that endures. Something better. For a long moment, Lucian just looked at her. And you honestly believe you can? I have to try. If I don't, then what was all the bloodshed for? He moved closer, closing the small space between them, and pressed a soft, firm kiss to her forehead. Okay, I'm with you, he said quietly, even if this entire endeavor is doomed to fail. That's the spirit. For the next week, Elena became a force of nature, a phantom living on 18-hour days. She plunged into the viscera of Romano's organization, mapping its arteries, holding clandestine meetings with lawyers and financial wizards. Marco would appear with mountains of intelligence files. Her father would share the old war stories. Even Santos offered unsolicited advice. And Lucian was her constant shadow, the sounding board for her wildest theories, staying with her through the pre-dawn hours, challenging her logic until every piece of her architecture was ironclad. It was punishing, it was draining, it was flawless. And this entire profit-sharing model will be a nightmare to police, he murmured, tracing a line on her draft with his finger. I know, but if it's based on performance, Castellano will cook the books. If it's an equal distribution, Moretti will scream that he's carrying all the weight. So you chose the middle path and are hoping no one storms out. Essentially. Lucian pushed the documents away. The plan itself is solid, Elena. It's actually brilliant. But you know they'll try to tear it apart on principle. Let them. It provides a place to begin the conversation. The second meeting was somehow even more poisonous than the first. Moretti rejected the financial model out of hand. Castellano immediately tried to consolidate control of all their enforcers. Santos agreed with the overall concept but wanted to completely redesign the chain of command, and that was just the opening salvo. For 3 punishing hours, they dissected her proposal, fighting over every sentence, questioning every motive. Elena did not yield. She became a fortress, defending the core of the plan, conceding a minor point here and there, but never surrendering the essential ground. Lucian was at her side, a silent bastion of support. Her father intervened more than once, his voice a low rumble, reminding them all that the only alternative was to remain weak and fractured. "This is all very touching," Moretti sneered, his voice thick with sarcasm. "But what happens when someone violates the rules? When one of us prioritizes their own family? Then we all bring down the hammer." Elena slid another folder across the table. It landed with a heavy thud in the sudden silence. "This outlines the system for arbitration. A neutral third party to mediate, escalating financial penalties for infractions, and, as a final resort, a united declaration of war against the family that breaks the covenant." The threat hung in the air, a sanctioned civil war. "I'm proposing we make each other accountable. Yes, it might provoke a conflict, but a controlled fire, governed by rules, is infinitely better than the inferno we have now." Castellano leaned forward, probing for a weakness. "And who decides what constitutes a final resort? Who makes that judgment?" "We do," she said, her gaze sweeping the room. "A majority vote of this council, with the accused abstaining. No single man holds that power." The questions were relentless, each one a blade searching for a crack in her armor. Elena met everyone, her resolve hardening with each assault, drawing strength from the integrity of her own design. It wasn't perfect. A system meant to contain so many egos could never be. But it was sound. At last, Dominic called for a vote. "All in favor of attempting this on a trial basis?" Santos's hand went up without hesitation. A pause. Then two more hands rose, followed by another. Moretti and Castellano did not vote against it. They simply sat on their hands. An entirely different statement. The motion carried. Elena felt weeks of coiled tension begin to unwind within her. It wasn't relief. The true battle was only just beginning. But it was validation. Proof that she could do more than just survive an ambush or spot a trap. "Congratulations are in order," Santos said after the room had emptied. "You have just rewired the soul of this city." "And how does that feel?" he asked. "Terrifying," Elena breathed without a moment's pause. "Good. Stay terrified. It's what keeps you sharp." That evening, the family gathered for dinner. It was a relaxed affair, loose and easy, a universe away from the cold, structured meals of her childhood. Her father was there, along with Lucian, Marco, and a few old soldiers who had paid for their seats in blood and loyalty. Dominic lifted his glass. "To Elena. In 1 month, she did what we haven't managed in decades." "I had help," she offered, trying to shift the weight of the praise. "You had tools," he countered. "You were the architect." The smile that broke across his face was pure, undiluted fatherly pride, a feeling she only then realized she had been starving for her entire life. "Your mother, she would have been so proud." Those words didn't land gently. They hit her square in the chest, an emotional ambush she never saw coming. She lifted her own glass, fighting the sudden, sharp burn in her eyes. "To family," she said, her voice steady, "the one you're born with, and the one you make." The glasses clinked, and in that moment, for the first time, Elena felt she truly belonged, not as a fragile prize to be guarded, but as a peer. A woman who had claimed her seat at the table not through birthright, but through fire and nerve. Later, after the echoes of conversation had faded, Lucian found her on the balcony overlooking the gardens, the very same spot where, only weeks ago, she had plotted her escape from this entire world. "Thinking of making a run for it?" he asked, his voice low, reading her thoughts as if they were his own. "No, just remembering that I wanted to." She leaned against him as he folded his arms around her. "It feels like another lifetime." And it was. "You've changed. For better or worse." Completely. The Elena who wanted to escape was scared. She was trapped, looking for any way out. He turned her then to face him fully. "This Elena," he said, his eyes tracing her face. "She walks into a room and the whole place belongs to her. She stares down men twice her age until they break. She tears down power structures that have stood for generations and builds something new from the rubble." She shot back, a ghost of a smile on her lips. "This Elena also has a nasty habit of getting shot and nearly bleeding to death." "A minor imperfection," he murmured with a smirk. "Nobody's perfect." He leaned in, and the kiss was long and deep, a conversation that needed no words. "But you're perfect for me." Elena pulled back just enough to look him in the eye. "So what now? Romano is finished, the families are in line, the crisis is over. What's the next move?" "We build," he said, his tone shifting, his face becoming serious. "We protect what we've built, and we wait for the next war, because there is always a next war. And we have to define what this is, between us." His voice was barely a whisper. "I kind of thought we already had. We have feelings, a partnership that works, I know. But there are logistics, where we live, how our private lives survive collision with this life, and whether—" He stopped, the words catching in his throat. "Whether what?" she prompted. "Whether the future you see in your head is the same one I see in mine." Elena felt her heart begin to beat a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "And what future is that?" "One where you're not just my partner, where this space between us," he gestured to the air separating them, "closes for good, permanently." She just watched him, the silence between them growing heavy and loud. "Are you asking what I think you are asking?" "I'm asking if you'd be open to it, someday, when the world stops trying to kill us for 5 minutes. He looked stressed, a profoundly strange expression on a man who typically faced down death with an air of boredom. "I understand the complications, this world, the expectations. I get it. But I had to tell you where my head is. Because if you're not on board, if that's not somewhere you ever want to go—" Elena silenced his nervous spiral with a kiss. "Yes." Just one word. Yes, I would consider it. Yes, I want that future. Yes to all of it. The sheer shock on his face was almost comical. "You really thought I'd say no?" "I thought you might need time, to be sure." "Lucian, I've been sure about you since I was 18 years old. All of this was just me waiting for you to finally see me." He kissed her again, with more force this time, and Elena felt the last fragments of the girl she used to be turn to dust and blow away. The girl who dreamed of running, who saw her life as a gilded cage, she was gone. In her place stood someone else, harder, surer, more herself than she had ever been. The next morning, the buzz of her phone dragged Elena from sleep. A blocked number. "We have to talk. I have critical intel on Reeves. Come alone." An address followed. She read the message a second time, every nerve ending she possessed screaming that it was a trap. Thomas Reeves had vanished into thin air after Michael's capture. A ghost, not a word, not a trace, until now. Logic demanded she tell Lucian, bring backup, control the situation. But the meeting was a coffee shop, public, crowded. It offered the illusion of safety, and the text was explicit. Alone. The decision was already made. 40 minutes later, she walked into the cafe, her senses on fire, scanning the room for anything out of place. It was the morning rush, a chaotic sea of people needing caffeine. No obvious muscle, no one watching the door. And then she saw him. Thomas Reeves, crammed into a booth in the far corner, looking like a haunted sketch of the man she remembered. He was gaunt and pale, his eyes hollowed out. The eyes of a man who knows he's going to die and is just waiting for the final curtain. Elena slid into the vinyl seat across from him. You have an incredible amount of nerve. I know, he rasped. I had to. He pushed a small flash drive across the tabletop. Everything I did for Romano, every contact, every dirty little secret, it's all on there. Why? Because I'm a dead man either way. Romano's people will kill me for failing. And our people will kill me for being a traitor. This way, maybe I can do one right thing before the end. Elena studied him, seeing only raw fear and a regret so profound it was consuming him from the inside out. You accepted $200,000 to betray your own. People are dead because of you. I know. His voice cracked. I needed the money, medical debt. My daughter, she's sick and the insurance company wouldn't. He trailed off, as if he could hear how empty the excuse sounded. It doesn't make it right. I know that. But this is me trying to fix what little I can. With a flash drive, you think this fixes anything? No, nothing can fix it. But maybe it stops the next guy from making the same mistakes I did. Maybe it gives the family a security I failed to provide. He stood up, leaving the small piece of plastic on the table. I'm sorry, Miss Varelli, for whatever that's worth. And just like that, he was gone, melting into the crowd before Elena could form a response. She sat there, staring at the drive, cycling through tactical options. Follow him. Call Lucian, grab the intel, and vanish. She snatched the drive and walked out. Back at the safe house, she inserted it into an isolated laptop, a ghost machine with no connection to any network. The files were a goddamn bombshell. Security schematics, communication logs, offshore financial records. Everything Reeves promised was there, and more. There was intelligence on other security flaws, detailed notes on how to patch them, even a list of other IT personnel on the take. It was equal parts a confession and a battle plan. You went alone. Lucian's voice sliced through the silence from the doorway, sharp and heavy with a fury he was struggling to contain. After everything we've been through, you decided to meet a known traitor by yourself. Elena had been waiting for this storm. It was a public place. The risk was contained. There is no contained risk when you're talking about a man who's already torched his own life for money. He wanted to give us this, she retorted, gesturing at the screen. Intelligence we would have never gotten any other way. And yes, I made a judgment call. That's part of my job now. Your job isn't to be a reckless thrill seeker. I wasn't. I was being strategic. There is a world of difference. She stood to face him eye to eye. You're going to have to learn to live with the fact that I make my own decisions, even the ones you despise. Even when they put you directly in the line of fire. Especially then. This is the life we chose. It is nothing but risk and hard choices between bad options. You've lived it for years. Now it's my turn. He looked tormented, dragging a hand through his hair in frustration. I just got you back. I will not lose you again. You're not losing me. You're just getting to know the person I am now. She closed the distance between them, her hands finding his. I need you to trust me the way I've always trusted you. I need you to believe that I can handle this, even when the thought of it makes you want to tear the world apart. I exist in a constant state of wanting to tear the world apart. Good, she whispered, a faint smile playing on her lips as she threw his own words back at him. Stay scared. It'll keep you on your toes. Now come and see what our friend Reeves gave us. It's surprisingly thorough. For the next hour, they dissected the files, pulling apart the data, arranging the intelligence. Reeves hadn't just confessed. He had drawn them a detailed blueprint of their own crumbling organization, pointing out every crack in the foundation and providing instructions on how to repair it. It was the final testament of a man pleading for an absolution he knew he would never receive. So what's the play? Elena finally asked, her voice quiet. With Reeves? He's a dead man walking. What does the book say we do? His mind was a battlefield. He betrayed us. Men died. By every code we live by, he needs to be erased. She kept her eyes on the screen, but he could feel her thoughts. And yet, he's trying to make it right. He just handed us the very means of our survival. You're actually considering letting him live? There has to be another way, she thought. Something other than a casket. We could just cast him out. Take everything from him, piece by agonizing piece. Ensure he can never touch this world again, but still let him live with his child. Lucien tasted the words like poison. The council will demand a body. They'll want his head. So the council never hears about it. We simply tell them he vanished. End of story. That's a kindness, Elena. This world gives no kindness. And perhaps it's time we forced it to, she said, her gaze locked on his, unwavering. I'm not talking about forgiveness. I'm talking about us deciding not to be the ones to add to the body count. For one single moment, we stop the cycle. A dense, heavy silence hung in the air before Lucien gave a single curt nod. Fine, we'll do it your way. But if he so much as glances in our direction again, if he becomes a whisper of a problem, we finish it. For the time being, his sentence was to live inside the wreckage he'd created, a very personal kind of damnation. The official story was simple, brutal. Reeves was found at the bottom of the river, taking a permanent swim. The council closed the book on it, no questions asked. Just another loose end tied off. And somewhere, miles and miles away, Thomas Reeves was learning a new name, with nothing but the crushing gravity of his own decisions for company. Elena tried to convince herself that mercy was a show of force, not a vulnerability. But in the dead of night, she'd find herself staring into the darkness above, thinking about the phantom she'd released, and wondering if one day it would circle back to claim a pound of flesh from them all. Only time would hold the answer. The following weeks devolved into a tangled mess of war room debates and tense negotiations that felt more like armed standoffs. The new alliance was forming at a glacial pace, each family testing the others, searching for the first sign of weakness. Sparks flew constantly, a raw chaos that threatened to incinerate the entire fragile structure. But Elena was the center, the anchor, the peacemaker, the one thing holding the precarious house of cards from tumbling down. The Romano territory was folded into a collective trust. Every last dollar was divided according to a ruthless formula she had devised herself. And slowly, painstakingly, the families began to act civil, or at least put on a convincing performance of it. "I don't believe it. You're actually making this work," Marco said one afternoon, his eyes wide as he looked at the new financial reports. "I honestly thought this was impossible." It was, and it still might be. Elena pressed her fingers into her temples, feeling a weariness that went bone deep. "Castellano is already complaining he needs a larger share." That's just his version of breathing. He was arguing for percentages, not seizing whole warehouses, and that's how she knew the pressure was working. Little victories. Elena was starting to see that in this life, those were the only kind you ever got. And somewhere inside that swirling vortex of chaos, the thing she had with Lucian became real. They found a place of their own, separate from the family's suffocating orbit, but still wrapped in its protection. Their own little fortress. It was a space where they could finally breathe, away from the crushing weight of it all. They started learning the small, quiet rhythms of a shared life. Elena discovered Lucian was an absolute fanatic about his coffee and a complete menace in the kitchen. He learned that she required absolute silence to plot her wars and hid a small collection of ancient, worn-out books. They fought about strategy, about how much risk was too much, about what a future could even look like for people like them. But in between the battles, they found these pockets of peace, whispering about a world that might be, and started building something that felt, for the first time, like it wouldn't all turn to dust by morning. One night, after a council meeting had gone completely sideways into a raw-throated shouting match, Elena finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at her soul. "Do you think any of this is real?" she asked him, her voice barely there. "Any of it." "What are you talking about?" "This," she said, gesturing to the world outside their window. "The Alliance, this new way, this whole insane idea that we can build something that isn't just about staying alive. Are we actually changing a damn thing, or are we just putting new curtains on the same old cell?" Lucian was quiet for a very long time. The silence was heavy. "I think," he said finally, "that we are planting seeds. I have no idea if they'll grow into something better or just something else. We won't live long enough to find out." That's not exactly a comfort. It's the truth. He pulled her closer, his embrace tight. "But I know this. Before you, this family was a ghost. Breathing, maybe, but already dead. You tore down every rule we had. You questioned everything we believed, and you made us become something more. That alone is everything. Even if this all goes up in flames, even then, because we tried something different, we refuse to lie down and accept that this is just the way things are." Elena's thoughts drifted to her mother, who died chasing a different kind of ending. To her father, who hid her away from this world instead of preparing her for it. To the legion of ghosts that came before, all of them trapped in the same violent, repeating tragedy. Maybe this was it. Maybe they were the ones to finally shatter the pattern, or maybe they were just forging a new one. Whatever it was, they were facing it together. I love you, she whispered, the words feeling huge and strange on her tongue. I love you too. Even when you're being a magnificent lunatic and giving me a heart attack. Especially then. He let out a low laugh, and Elena felt a month's worth of tension just dissolve from her shoulders. Tomorrow would bring another storm of impossible choices, another group of sharks looking to rip apart everything they were building. But tonight, right here, the world fell silent. She had finally stopped running, stopped hiding from herself, and by walking directly into the flames, she had discovered things she never expected to find. A flicker of light, a reason, a home. The empire they were forging was a complete disaster, a brutal, chaotic thing held together by her relentless will and his deep-seated paranoia. But it was theirs, and that changed everything. 6 months after the coalition's birth, Elena stood before a massive city map, a universe of colored pins marking territories, assets, and fragile new agreements. What had begun as a desperate gamble was slowly hardening into reality. It wasn't a pretty picture, not by a long shot. Skirmishes still erupted. Ancient rivalries still threatened to unravel the whole thing. But it was holding. It was growing. The Santos family is asking for the northern distribution lines, Marco announced, reading from a notepad. They claim the population increase up there means they've earned a bigger slice. And what do the numbers say? Elena asked, her focus still fixed on the map. They have a case. The northern suburbs are up 30% in 2 years, but giving them that entire corridor puts them right on the doorstep of the Moretti warehouses. Then they don't get the whole route. We force them into a partnership with Moretti. They divide the territory, they divide the profits. Both families benefit from the boom. Marco made a note. Moretti is going to have a fit. Moretti's natural state is having a fit. He'll get over it. Elena finally tore her gaze from the map. What's next? The usual noise. Castellano is complaining about his profit margins again. A couple of crews are fighting over a property line. Oh, and we have new intel. Some new players are trying to set up shop in the east. Define new players. Are we talking competition or are we talking a problem? It's too soon to know, but they have money, they move with discipline, and they're asking a lot of questions about our entire operation. Elena felt that familiar cold dread snake its way up her spine. 6 months of relative peace had made her complacent, far too complacent. Put a team on them. I want a complete profile, who they are, who they answer to, and what their ultimate goal is before they become a real problem. I'm on it. Lucian is overseeing it personally. Of course he was. Lucian had taken all of his terrifying intensity and aimed it at being the coalition's guard dog. Elena knew he was still trying to navigate this new world, still retraining himself to solve disputes with contracts instead of with bullets. It didn't come easy to him. Some nights she would find him just staring out over the city, his eyes scanning the horizon as if he were expecting an enemy fleet to appear at any second. But he was trying. They both were. Is that everything? Elena asked. Your father wants to see you. He said it was urgent. She found Dominic in his study, sitting behind the usual fortress of paperwork. But something felt different. He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with a lack of sleep, a profound weariness that seemed to have settled deep into his bones. You wanted to see me? She said, taking the seat across from him. I've been thinking about what happens now, he began, getting straight to the point. A tight knot formed in Elena's stomach. "Dad, don't! Just listen. I'm not on my deathbed. But I'm not getting any younger either. What happened with Romano? That was a wake-up call." He put his pen down. "I built this family this entire life. But what you have accomplished in 6 months, this coalition, these agreements, this completely new way of doing business, I never could have even imagined it, let alone built it." "That's not true. You laid the entire foundation. I built it for a world that is already gone. You are building something for the world that is clawing its way into the light. It feels right that I should step aside and let you build it without my shadow falling over your every move." The words hit Elena with the force of a physical blow. "You're retiring, I'm transitioning, I'll still be here, for guidance, for anything you need. But the day-to-day, the grand strategy, the entire future of the family, that belongs to you now, and to Lucian. You both earned it." A lump rose in Elena's throat, her body's instinctive response to the impossible weight of a crown being settled on her head. "I don't know what to say. Say you'll keep building. Say you'll give all of this a point beyond just staying alive." A faint smile touched Dominic's lips, a heartbreaking mix of love, sorrow, and overwhelming pride. "Your mother would be so damn proud of you. My one regret is that she isn't here to see the woman you've become. I know that feeling all too well." A thick quiet settled over them, a silence so heavy it said more than words ever could, filled with the ghosts of past decisions and the crushing weight of what was to come. Dominic finally rose. He walked to a safe, one tucked behind some forgettable piece of art. A cliché straight out of the gangster films, and brought out a small box for Elena. "This belonged to your mother. She would have wanted you to have this when the time was right." Inside was a ring, a single, spare diamond Elena knew from old photographs, the one that never left her mother's finger. "She told me this ring stood for a choice," Dominic said, his voice sinking low. "She had a chance to walk away, to leave your father, to escape this whole ugly world. But she didn't. She chose to stay and fight for something she believed was worth the cost." His gaze drilled into hers. "You've made that same decision, and I believe she'd want you to know that." Elena slipped the ring on, a perfect fit, as if it had always been meant for her. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," he said. "Just give me your word you'll be smarter than we ever were, that you'll create something that doesn't need violence to breathe. I promise." That evening, she discovered Lucian bathed in the cold light of security monitors. The instant he saw her, the hard lines of vigilance on his face melted away, leaving only raw, honest concern. "Are you all right? Marco told me your father sent for you." "So," the old man was stepping down, just handing over the keys to the kingdom. Lucian goes completely still, like the whole world just stopped spinning. It's a slow transition, over a few months. He's making it official at the next council meeting. Elena holds up her hand, the ring catching the monitor's glow. "He gave me this. It was my mother's." Lucian gently takes her hand, his thumb tracing the worn gold. "It looks like it belongs there." She tells him what her father said, that her mother chose this brutal life, knowing the stakes because the fight itself was important. Elena meets his eyes. "I think about that. I think about what we're building." It isn't perfect, and God knows it isn't safe, but it matters. It could be something more than just us. She weaves her fingers through his. My father asked me something else. He asked if we had ever considered making this permanent. And just like that, Lucian's iron composure fractures. Have we? You brought it up 6 months ago, about a future where I was more than just your partner in crime. I remember, he said. You replied with eventually. I've been waiting for eventually to arrive. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. What if eventually is now? He rises, slow and deliberate, and frames her face with his hands. Is that your question or mine? Does it matter? Not at all. He kisses her, a kiss that speaks of quiet certainty. Yes, to this, to us, for good, to building this entire damn thing from the ground up. Even if it's messy and dangerous and probably a complete disaster. That's the point. I don't want easy, Elena. I want this. I want you. She pulls him closer, and for a moment, everything inside her just settles. This was it. Terrifying, broken, but absolutely right. The announcement to the council plays out just how you'd picture it. A genuine smile from Santos. Moretti looks like he just swallowed acid, while Castellano just gives a slight shrug, a look that says, yeah, figured as much. And the craziest thing? No one objects. In their world, that silence is a goddamn standing ovation. This changes the power dynamics, Castellano says, his voice flat. The Varelli family just got a serious upgrade with the two of you at the helm. It also solidifies the leadership, Santos adds. One line of succession, a single, united front. That's a good thing for all of us, as long as that power doesn't go to their heads. It won't, Elena cuts in, her voice slicing through the tension, because we're not trying to build an empire. We're building something that endures, a structure that benefits everyone, not just the people at the top. After that, the meeting shifts to business as usual. New crews making moves from the east, turf disputes divvying up profits, and through it all, Elena and Lucian work as one. A single, fluid machine. They'd found that rhythm months ago, a silent understanding of when to push, when to yield, when to be the immovable object, and when to show a little humanity. It wasn't perfect. They still had their battles. Arguments over strategy were inevitable. But they had learned how to fight, how to tear into each other without tearing down the very foundation they'd built. When the meeting wraps, Santos catches Elena's eye. You have a minute? In a quiet corner, Santos's normal, easygoing manner is gone, replaced by a deep seriousness. I need to give you a heads up, he says, his voice low. Those new outfits from the East, I've been doing some digging. They're being bankrolled by foreign interests. We're talking Eastern European, Russian syndicates. This isn't just another crew trying to get a piece, Elena. This is a planned, hostile takeover. A spear of ice shoots straight through Elena's gut. How certain is this information? Certain enough that I'm not sleeping well. They're scooping up properties, recruiting our people off our own corners, weaving a network right under our noses. These aren't small-time plays. This is an invasion planned for the long haul. Santos looks directly at her. Your little coalition is a fine idea, Elena, but what it really did was paint a giant bullseye on your back. You brought the families together and created something valuable enough to steal. And now the sharks are in the water, circling what you've built. So what's your move? fortify. The coalition is good for stopping us from killing each other, but you need a unified army to fight an enemy at the gates. And you needed it yesterday. Elena feels that familiar, suffocating weight of her world threatening to collapse. 6 months they spent building this fragile peace, and now she might have to be the one who leads them all into a war. I appreciate you telling me, she says, and I appreciate you coming to me first. Most of the bosses wouldn't have. A faint smile touches Santos's lips. You're good at this, you know. Far better than any of us are willing to admit out loud. That night, Elena lays it all out for Lucian. They're at their dining table, with the city lights bleeding out below them like a carpet of fallen stars, and they begin to plan a war. Intel first, Lucian says, his voice like flint. We have to verify every word Santos said. We need names, numbers, and their capabilities. I agree, but we also have to start prepping the other families. If this is legitimate, we all go in as one. Some will fight it. Moretti will call it a power grab. Castellano will want proof before he risks one of his men. Then we give him his proof. We'll track every move they make, build a file so damning no one can argue with it, and then we'll drop it right in the middle of the council's table. Elena rubs her temples. This is precisely what I feared. We create one stable thing, one thing that might actually last, and the entire world conspires to burn it down. That's the nature of it. The only thing that's changed is now we have something worth defending. Lucian's hand finds hers across the table. We'll handle it, side by side. For the next 3 weeks, intelligence was the only thing that mattered. Lucian's network confirmed everything Santos had warned them about. The Eastern crew was real, heavily funded, and digging its roots deep into the city's bedrock. And their carelessness screamed one thing: absolute, unshakable confidence. Or maybe it was just arrogance. Elena convenes an emergency meeting. She lays everything on the table: documents, surveillance photos, financial trails. You could have heard a heartbeat in that room as the cold, hard truth settled over them. This is worse than Romano, Marco says, his voice hollow. Romano was a sickness inside our own body. This is an army hammering at our door. What is their endgame? Castellano demands. To scorch the earth, Lus, Lucian spits back. They plan to erase us, take over our operations, our territory, our connections. They see this alliance as a weakness. Too many heads on the snake. They think we're ripe for the picking. Are we? The question from Moretti is a direct challenge. Only if we behave like we are. Elena moves to the tactical map. It's a classic play for power, using an external crisis to consolidate your own empire from within. Her choice of a single word, surviving, is a masterstroke, a direct hit on the deepest-seated fear of every man in that room. The arguments that follow are just noise. Moretti's complaints about money and Castellano's griping about control are nothing but thin veils for the real problem. They are terrified of ceding power to someone else, even if it's the only thing that can save them. We have one choice, she declares, her voice cutting through the stale, dead air like a surgeon's blade. We break apart, or we stand as one. She lays out the grim reality. Scatter and be hunted down one by one, or meet this storm as a single unified wall. When she says, then we lose together, she brilliantly reframes the idea of failure, transforming it from a solitary shame into a heroic last stand, making an impossible risk feel almost noble. The vote that follows isn't about unity. Not really. It's about raw, primal fear forcing them all onto the same path. Mobilization is a foregone conclusion, a tidal wave of men and metal rising to meet an existential threat. She descends into a kind of waking nightmare, a 20-hour-a-day existence fueled by black coffee and pure, uncut adrenaline. The fact that the enemy seems to anticipate every move, every feint, can only point to one terrible conclusion. The leak is coming from inside her own house. Her shift from defense to offense isn't just a change in strategy. It's a fundamental rewiring of her soul. This is that moment when the wounded animal, bleeding in the dark, decides to stop running and become the hunter. A desperate, violent gamble to impose her will on a world that's spinning out of control. Showing Lucian the strategy is like dropping a lit match into a powder keg. He sees it for what it is in an instant, the raw, unadulterated violence of the move, a preemptive strike. She watches him pause for a fraction of a second and leans closer, her voice a soft whisper that reframes the action not as an offensive, but as a method to shatter their opponent's will, to send them reeling into chaos. A fundamental shift in the game. Brilliant, he exhales, the word a mixture of awe and pure dread. Completely terrifying. When he asks where she learned to think with such beautiful cruelty, she turns it back on him, attributing it to his own harsh lessons, a quiet acknowledgement of the twisted, unbreakable thing that exists between them. The operation launches 3 nights later, beneath a new moon. It is a symphony of coordinated strikes across the city, engineered not for annihilation but for psychological collapse. The objective is pure chaos, to force their hand, to expose their weaknesses, to incinerate the illusion that the coalition was ever a soft target. The response is immediate, and it is biblical, a roaring conflagration. For 2 weeks, the city becomes a grinder, a waking nightmare of urban warfare. She exists in a hazy state of perpetual exhaustion, a ghost desperately trying to manage the bloodshed, her mind racing to find an exit that isn't paved with the bodies of her own family. So this is how it stood. Lucian was the clenched fist that owned the streets, and she was the unseen mind pulling the strings from the darkness. A clean operation. But then a message arrives from Santos. The enemy wants a parley. And for Elena, the news is a brutal 1-2 combination. First comes a wave of relief so immense it floods her entire body, followed a split second later by the coldest suspicion imaginable. The logic was simple. The enemy had miscalculated. They thought they'd find a fractured organization, but instead they ran headlong into a disciplined wall of violence. Their offer to divide the city wasn't a truce. It was a feint, a desperate play for time to catch their breath before the real war began again. This was just a moment for them to rearm, to tend to their wounded, and to prepare for the main act. Santos's entire argument that a draw was better than a loss was a quiet confession of just how many of his own men were already in the ground. Back at headquarters, it's Lucian who makes the case. He speaks of the vacant stares on their soldiers' faces, of the staggering human cost of this conflict, and all but pleads for the ceasefire as their only viable option. It feels like surrender, she counters, the words tasting like acid. But he dismisses it, telling her plainly that they can't possibly build anything lasting on a foundation of endless corpses. And then he delivers the final blow. He's only pushing for this peace because of her. A raw, stunning confession of feeling that just hangs in the air between them like gun smoke. The negotiations were a farce. 3 days of cold, performative gangster diplomacy. There was Elena, the public face of the coalition, seated across from Dmitri, the enemy's chief, The man was a pure narcissist who understood only the language of profit. When he called her organization an impressive machine, whoa, it wasn't a compliment, it was the acknowledgement of one shark to another. Their whole conversation was nothing more than a sterile exchange of threats and valuations. And so, a deal was drawn. The city was carved in two with a surgeon's cold precision, with clauses for every conceivable betrayal. It was a peace accord built on a deck of cards, held together by the simple, powerful force of greed. I will always choose profit over principle, Dmitri declares, effectively writing the epitaph for the entire rotten affair. The signing itself was sterile, a hollow performance of legitimacy for an invisible audience. In her report to the council, Elena masterfully spun the stalemate into a resounding victory, a political triumph that secured them the two assets they craved above all else: stability and time. Earning her father's approval was the final piece of a puzzle she had spent a lifetime trying to complete. His words, "better than I could have done," were more than just praise. It was a passing of the torch, an act that healed some ancient fracture deep within her soul. The engagement party was a subdued, almost clandestine affair. It was less a celebration and more of a ceremony meant to formalize the alliance between Elena and Lucian, cementing her authority by intertwining business with blood. Even Moretti, a man who looked as though he were carved from granite, seemed genuinely pleased. Santos's toast perfectly captured the tragic beauty of their lives. A room full of professional killers and criminals, raising their glasses to love. Her father's final words to her, spoken in private, served as his formal blessing, connecting his own 30-year partnership to the one she was now forging. That single moment felt like an absolution, granting her a kind of peace she never believed she was entitled to. "Thank you, Dad." After he told her how proud he was, something inside her simply gave way, a complete emotional collapse that ended in a desperate, clinging embrace. The wedding, 3 months later, was a quiet, serious proceeding. They avoided all the ostentatious displays of power so common in their world. The vows they exchanged were not sentimental promises. They were clauses in a contract written in blood and steel. Lucian's words were a pledge of absolute fidelity to her and to the violent reality they inhabited. "I will always choose you," he swore, the only oath that held any meaning in the hell they called their home. "The same is promised," Elena answered, her voice like stone. "And I promise to challenge your justifications, to push you to evolve, and to never allow us to become complacent. I promise to be your partner in all things, in this marriage, in our work, in building an empire that will endure." Their kiss wasn't the end of a fairy tale. It was the beginning of something else, the brutal and magnificent dawn of a new reality neither could have imagined a year before. The year that followed, it brought new wars, naturally. The armistice with Dmitri held, but it was a cold war, a perpetual walk across a razor's edge. The coalition expanded, absorbing smaller factions, its influence seeping into legitimate enterprise. Elena and Lucian had to learn the deadly dance of being both partners and spouses, of knowing when to leave the war outside their door and when to invite it in. They had vicious fights. They reconciled. They made soul-crushing choices that haunted them in the dead of night. And they celebrated victories that felt all the more profound for the blood they'd shed to achieve them. Elena's role transformed from running her family to holding the entire citywide coalition together by a single thread. She became the politician, the strategist, The one woman who could prevent the simmering feuds from detonating their entire world. It was a crushing, relentless burden, and it was the very role she had been training for her entire life without ever realizing it. Lucian became her sword and her shield, but he also learned to fight with more cunning, adopting the psychological warfare he learned from her. He discovered that the threat of violence was often infinitely more effective than the act itself. Not that the killer ever left his eyes. It was always there, simmering just beneath the surface, a silent promise that commanded respect. Together, they started to reshape the family business, building it for a future that was about more than just surviving until morning. They started moving capital into legitimate companies, established education funds for the children, and created real pathways for their soldiers to leave the life behind. "You're changing the very nature of the game," Marco told her one day, his voice filled with awe, "making it about something more than just not dying." "Is that a weakness?" she asked him. "No, it's just different. It's revolutionary," he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Your mother would be so proud." The thought of her mother was a constant presence for Elena, the woman who chose this world, who bled for this world, and who died in it. Elena wore her ring every single day. It was a reminder that choice is the only currency that matters. She could have fled, but she stayed. She took the broken kingdom she was handed and chose to rebuild it from its foundations. 18 months passed in the quiet, relentless work of building an empire. Then one night, Lucian finally voiced the one question that had been hanging over every move they made. "What's the end goal?" His voice sliced through the silence of the room. Across from him, Elena looked up from a spreadsheet. "Be more specific." "The coalition is stable. Dmitri is a non-threat. The family business has been completely transformed." He pushed his own stack of papers aside, as if finished with them. "We've met every objective. But what's the endgame? What do we actually want besides living on high alert 24 hours a day?" That question just hung there, dangerous and fragile. They had been so immersed in the struggle for survival, so focused on extinguishing fires that they had never actually planned for what would come after. "I want to grow the legitimate side," Elena said, the idea crystallizing as she spoke, slow and deliberate. Once she said it, her mission became perfectly clear: to build a business so massive and so unimpeachable that one day they could sever all ties with the criminal underworld. It wouldn't happen in a day, maybe not even in their own lifetimes. A generation, perhaps two. She understood that. But that was the objective. To build something that would outlast them, something that would give their children options they themselves never had. She looked directly at him, her gaze unwavering. "And I want a family. Children who get to choose who they become, not just be born into this." A long, heavy silence settled over Lucian. "I never really let myself think about kids. It was a luxury I couldn't afford because, if I'm being honest, I never expected to live long enough for it to matter. And now it's all I can think about. What kind of father I would be, the broken world we would be bringing them into, if it's even fair to force this life on a child." "My mother did. Your mother did, and look at the wreckage we became." The silence that followed was heavy. Elena's voice, when it came, was a near whisper. "Okay, yes, by any reasonable measure, we are absolute disasters." And from him, a sharp, broken laugh. We're high-functioning disasters. Surely that has to count for something. We can give them more, she said. We can give them a foundation that doesn't crack beneath their feet, the kind of choices we had to bleed for. You're certain about this? I have never been more serious about anything. With you. A life that isn't just about surviving until the next sunrise. And as Lucian pulled her in, for Elena, every chaotic, violent piece of their world finally found its place. This was the true endgame. Not securing a business, but forging a dynasty, something that transcended money and power. 6 months on, the news arrived. Elena was pregnant. The families reacted with a tangled mess of shock and calculation, but in the end, they all fell in line. An heir was a signal of stability, a sign that the bloodline would endure, proof that the fortress they'd built wasn't made of sand. You are going to be completely unbearable for the next 9 months, Lucian murmured into her hair, already picturing her commanding meetings from a hospital bed, knowing she wouldn't surrender an inch of ground. My behavior is not that extreme. It is, 100%. And it's one of the things about you that fascinates me the most. And he was, of course, absolutely right. Elena relinquished zero control during her pregnancy, steering the coalition while simultaneously growing their legitimate enterprises. She established trust funds for the children of the men they'd lost in the war with Dimitri's organization. She bankrolled job training, initiatives, and scholarships. She was laying the groundwork for a world that bore no resemblance to the one she had to claw her way out of. And then, the universe threw a curveball. A daughter was born. So small. Perfect. She had Lucian's night black hair and a tiny, perfect mirror of Elena's own defiant scowl. In that one instant, the axis of their entire world shifted. She's unbelievable, Dominic whispered, cradling his granddaughter as if she were some mythical being woven from moonlight. What is her name? Isabella, Elena told him. For my mother. Tears simply overwhelmed her father's eyes, appearing from nowhere. She would have been so impossibly proud. Holding Isabella, feeling the crushing, beautiful weight of a life they were now sworn to defend, Elena finally understood her mother's particular brand of madness, that burning need to fight, to tear the world down to its foundations and rebuild something worth dying for. Because here, in her arms, Elena was holding something worth living for, something worth turning the old world to ash just to keep it safe. We will build her a better world, she breathed to Lucian in the dead of night, the city lights a distant galaxy as they watched their daughter sleep. All of this damage inside of us, the violence, the risk, we will forge it all into a shield to protect her future. We will, Lucian vowed, his voice a solemn promise in the darkness. Even if it kills us. The years that followed were an exercise in brutal precision, a constant balancing act against impossible odds. Elena and Lucian raised Isabella in the very heart of a criminal empire, navigating threats and forging truces, honoring a bloody past while hurtling toward a future no one could have predicted. The coalition grew. Other families swore allegiance, drawn in by the stability and a new business model that wasn't built on scorched earth. Their legitimate ventures exploded until they were bringing in more revenue than all their illegal operations put together. Then, with cold, deliberate calculation, they began to pivot. They didn't pull up all the roots, not at first. but they were constructing a corporate tower that could stand in the full light of day. The entire process was a chaotic mess. There were failures, betrayals, moments where the whole damn thing shuddered, threatening to collapse into ruin. But that foundation held. It was built on a strange new alloy of trust and mutual benefit, not just on the ancient bedrock of fear. 5 years after she first proposed her impossible vision, Elena stood in that same council chamber. She studied the faces, now etched with the lines of a shared violent history. Some were missing. Moretti had finally been put out to pasture, his chair filled by his son with a sharper, more modern vision. New banners graced the walls. The very air in the room felt altered. But the core of it all, that remained unchanged. Picture it, a chamber filled with killers and thieves who had somehow discovered that building things together was far more lucrative than tearing each other apart. Dominic rises and drops a bombshell, not with the authority of a king, but with the quiet conviction of a man delivering a profound lecture. The Varelli family is going legitimate, he announces. We're transitioning our entire operation into the corporate sector. Our commitments to this council will be honored, but our primary focus is now building a true enterprise for our children. And the room just splinters. Some of them understand, they can read the signs. The others? Pure, undiluted rage. Dinosaurs clinging to the old ways. But the profit margins are undeniable. This is the next step in our evolution, Elena says, her voice cutting through the rising dissent after it subsides. And this isn't just about us. It's for every single one of you. We can continue running in these same bloody circles, pointless turf wars, constantly glancing over our shoulders for the feds. Or we can build something tangible, something our children can inherit with pride, not something they have to escape from. But there's always one. And what about those of us who have no desire to change? Castellano growls, a direct challenge. Then don't, she answers instantly. This coalition was never about forcing anyone's hand. It was about creating options, whether you're founding a corporation or running the old rackets. Elena's gaze locks on his, ice cold. But I would think long and hard about the kind of legacy you want to leave behind. About what will remain when you're nothing more than a name chiseled into a headstone. The vote to secure the Varelli's new direction was an absolute landslide, and in that quiet victory, the future Elena had bled for finally felt real, a tangible place where her mother's long, bitter war had at last yielded something more than mere survival. Later, she finds Lucian on a balcony overlooking the sprawling city, a vast canvas of electric light. The years had left their quiet marks on him, faint lines around his eyes, but the essence of the man who once confessed a lifelong obsession with her was still there. We did it, she says, her voice soft as she comes up behind him, her arms circling his waist. He asks, "Did what?" And she replies, "We built something that matters. We fundamentally altered the landscape of our world." His deflection is immediate, a protective instinct. "You built it. I just tried to stay out of the way." She won't let him. "It was a joint venture. It's the blueprint for everything." She rested her head against his shoulder, a familiar, well-worn gesture of intimacy. "Do you ever regret it?" she asks, "choosing this life with me over some normal existence?" His reply comes without a single skipped heartbeat. Every single day. He lets the brutal weight of that hang in the air for a moment before turning, his expression softening as he explains the wound. I regret the danger, the fear, every time I thought I was going to lose you. That is what I regret. But us? Never. Not for 1 second. Her response is a quiet, solid anchor. Good. Because I don't either. They stand together in the silence, watching over their kingdom. The system they had forged was nowhere near perfect. It was a living, scarred creation, haunted by violence of its own birth. But it held within it the possibility of hope, of change, built on something more resilient than fear. And in another room, Isabella slept, dreaming her innocent childhood dreams, entirely unaware of the colossal legacy being built around her. This child, she thinks, will grow up with a galaxy of choices I was never offered. The freedom to walk away from this life or to conquer it, to be a revolutionary or to honor tradition. This, Elena understands, is the only mission that has ever truly mattered. Not achieving perfection, just creating possibility. The objective was never to outrun the darkness, but to shape that darkness into a structure that could, against all reason, support the light. She had walked directly into the inferno she had spent her life fleeing, and from those flames she had forged everything she ever truly needed. Love, a purpose, a place to call home. A partner who made her more, never less. A life that was more than just the space between heartbeats. "What are you thinking about?" Lucian asks, his voice a quiet presence in the stillness. That I was wrong about so many things. About what strength really is, what love truly costs, what makes a war worth fighting. She turns to face him fully. But I was right about you, about us. He leans in and kisses her, a silent confirmation that needed no words. And Elena felt that profound truth settle deep into her bones. This was it, the life her mother had chosen, the one she had just seized for herself. A choice made not in the pursuit of ease or safety, but because some things are worth the blood it takes to build them. They had constructed a foundation of trust and sheer will in a world that ran on fear. It was a fragile, insane gamble, a bet that power did not have to corrupt, that love could survive in the line of fire, and that people could, in fact, change if given a compelling enough reason. This was nothing like the fairy tales she'd been told as a child. It was better. It was real and it was broken, and she had fought for every last inch of it. And it made every dark choice that led them to this moment worthwhile. In a world of absolute control, they had carved out an exception. Just two people refusing to surrender who they were or what they had built, reaffirming their choice in one another every single day, especially when the guns were aimed their way. They were living proof that love could exist in the same heart that held power, that tenderness could survive alongside brutality, that hope could somehow bloom in the middle of the most unforgiving reality. They had taken their world of darkness and shaped it into something that could actually nurture a life. In doing so, they discovered more than just a way to survive. They found a reason to. This was not just an empire, it was a home. The city sprawled before them, a map of infinite promise and unending danger. But the knot of anxiety that had lived in Elena's chest for as long as she could remember was finally gone. She had learned the hardest lesson of all. The bravest thing you can do is not to run from the monster. It is to stand your ground, your hand in the hand of the one person who sees every broken piece of you and loves you anyway. She had built an empire, it was true, but more importantly, she had built a life, a meaningful life, with him a bond strong enough to keep the darkness at bay. And that was worth more than any throne.